everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Hearth, Starfarers. I'm so happy you're here. I'm happy to be here. It's going to be a great day. Let's get started like we always do with introductions. So hi, how are you? I'm your game master and your gay master, James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me here all the time being, as the show would say, queer. And that's me. We'll pass it on over to Grace.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me on twitter.com all the time at LMAO Grace with 2 E's, or recently talking about The Last of Us on TikTok at Valkyrie's Cousin, how I think surviving a zombie apocalypse would be fun for a little bit. So yeah.
I have so many questions about that, but instead we're going to pass it over to Sweet.
Oh, there we go. Hello! I am Sweet. You can find me anywhere at _Sweet Stories. You can find me on Tumblr and Hive at not _Sweet Stories. And yeah, I post sometimes, not as much as I used to, but I will get back into posting, creating eventually. I'm putting this out here so that you guys can hold me accountable. Great, cool.
Incredibly relatable. Thank you so much. We'll send it on over to Abby.
Hello, my name is Abby. I use she, they pronouns. I'm findable online at ABZKelly, most places, active or inactive. That is the gamble. And in real life at comedy shows in Toronto. So look out for Jazz Hands Comedy Duo. We perform. Yeah.
Absolutely obsessed with that, and I want to hear more about it the minute we're done. Amazing. VJ.
Hi y'all, I'm VJ. I use he, him, and they, them. You can find me on TikTok, Instagram. Damn, how do I forget all of my socials? Twitter, start playing that games at VJH Creations, and my website. And yeah, yep, that is all I got every time.
It's a good amount to have got. And last but never least, Jess.
Hi folks, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on the internet. Did it. At seriously, most places. You can also find me yelling over on Twitter about the 99 animated series apparently, so that's gonna be fun. That's pretty much it.
Amazing. Let's jump into announcements really quick, which for once I didn't pre-plan in my head. So, we're just going to be in this together, huh? We are in the final stretch of days in which you can sign up for our Patreon and get our incredible zine. It's very wonderful. Any tier gets it within January. Obviously, you can still join afterwards, and there's still a bunch of really cool and amazing content. For example, today, a certain tiers got a little sneak peek at our Starfarers character sheets, and they're so pretty because Jess and TT did a wonderful job. Come on over. It's a great time. There's all kinds of fun perks. You can find that at patreon.com/StarlightTales. That's right, Jess? I didn't double check that before. Thank God. Hell yeah. Also, be sure to join us in our Discord server where you can yell at me for the atrocious acts I may or may not commit today. Who's to say? It's a great time over there. There's some Patreon exclusive channels. There's also channels for everybody. It's a great time. Great community. You should hop in if you love me personally. We have merch. It's very comfortable. You can find that in our link tree. Also, be sure to follow us in all the places. Twitter at StarlightTales_ for announcements about the kind of content we have coming up every week and special announcements about new stuff. Who's to say? It doesn't count as a leak if you don't say what's coming up. Also, be sure to follow us on TikTok at Starlight Tales, on YouTube at Starlight Tales. There's one more, isn't there?
Tumblr?
We are on Tumblr at Starlight Tales. I don't know how often Diana goes on there, but when she was, it was a very fun time. And you should follow just to see what other hijinks our close good friend and community manager Diana might get up to on there. Also, be sure to come back this Saturday for the return of our flagship campaign, Tales from the Starlight Ocean, for a little space pirate mischief. And not at all a TPK, because we surely are fighting a big old thing, huh? Also, be sure to come back on Sunday for our, I almost said cosmic space horror. That's not what that is. Our gothic horror campaign, Tales from Beyond Crow Lane, where everything, as always, is very normal. Am I missing anything? Amazing. Well then, without further ado, let's toss it over to our intro screen. And welcome back. Let's talk a little bit about the last time we were with our beloved party. So at the top of the session last time, our party was speaking with Vinedra, the Lady of Whispers, the goddess of divination and light and creation, in her silver temple. They learned more about the vision that she personally had been plagued with, as well as her concerns regarding the recent events and a small bit of history surrounding the rift in which the god Sunder fell from godhood, and an event that permanently changed the archipelago and its people. After that, Wilda, who learned from Vinedra that one of her children is directly related to Sunder, which is so normal, by way of his son Sidair, spent some time with her family and imparted a carefully worded warning of potential things to come. The crew then met up at Wilda's submarine, preparing for their journey to the tumultuous waters of Cliffside by resting, changing into more battle-ready clothes, having several totally calm and composed conversations that in no way sent the submarine into any kind of chaos, and then eventually made their way over. When the party reached Cliffside in the darkening light of Heartset, they found themselves wading into the cold waters in search of anything unusual. They eventually stumbled onto some odd, small, floating balls of light, emanating a sound that each of our folks heard in their head as the voice of someone they loved. As they drew closer to investigate, they discovered a moment too late it had been a diversion all along, as several large shark-like creatures made of magic and smoke ambushed them. As the fight drew to a close, leaving its mark on several party members in a couple different ways, Wilda spotted right at the end that it seemed as if the magic that had been absorbed by the strange creatures, wielded by our party, had been absorbed and sent somewhere. But to what end? No one is sure yet. We pick up here, still in the cold and rough waters of Cliffside, with our party just beginning to catch their breath. Pamali, you feel this adrenaline coursing through you, this thrum of magic that you are so used to, and for just a moment, it slips from your control. Would you like to tell us what a wild magic surge feels like to Pamali?
I think after everything that has just happened, I think Pamali turns and is like evaluating everyone. She sees Ventress is hurt, that Corin is hurt, that Willow has a mark on them. And I think she's almost frozen with fear, can't even look over at Wilda to see if Wilda is hurt as well. But the curiosity kind of takes over them and they turn to whip to check over. And the relief that Wilda didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, Abby, but Wilda didn't get anything on them, right? They're not hurt at all.
In octopus form, if anything, there's like a nick or a scratch because it was like temp HP covered it. Like
HP.
Yeah.
So seeing that Wilda is fine, I think that sense of relief feels so nice from all the tension that she's been feeling, that she's like continuously chasing that feeling. It's fleeting, obviously, because everybody else is hurt. So she kind of taps into what is the next best feeling of relief, which is playing with her magic and diving deep into that. And I think she kind of just backs up a little bit, realizing how out of control that feeling is, of like just needing that release. And wild magic surges 10 times.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
So here's what we're gonna do, I think, so this is a little more manageable and not just 100 things happening at the same time. I think we're gonna do them one at a time. I have a stopwatch on my phone. Every 10 seconds of roleplay time, I'm gonna have you roll another one. Does that sound okay to you? Amazing. So if I could trouble you to roll your first D100, please.
Okay.
And I have the table open, so don't even worry about it.
All right, that's an 83.
83. Let me scroll down. Powerful. Okay. Yeah, you feel this magic crackle in you. Nothing happens.
Hey. Yeah, so I think she just kind of backs up and senses that it's okay. But it's just still like just looking everybody over and just kind of holding herself, feeling like, I think her hair was whipping as well. And she's just waiting for the next one to come because she knows she can feel it coming.
Speaking of which, as you look around, if I could trouble you to roll your next one.
That is a 97.
You're rolling high today. That's so
I
exciting.
know.
This is a fun one. As this magic kind of crackles through you, you feel some of it return and stick. You can regain all of your expended sorcery points.
I think she kind of smiles at that. I think she
Sure.
can probably feel that rejuvenation, and the fact that she's playing with her magic and nothing has really happened. That's like too terrible, and it just feels really nice to just have that kind of release right now. And I think her eyes are closed as well as she's feeling that.
For sure.
Yeah.
All of you in this area, you are obviously fresh off of battle. You can easily look over and see that Pamali is there, eyes closed, just a hint of a smile on their face.
We're still in the water, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Oh, we're in the water.
Mhm.
How far are we from shore?
I'd say like 70 feet or so.
Yeah. And then the submarine is like above us.
Yeah, submarine is like
Of and behind
60 feet
it?
off in a different direction.
Yeah,
Because you
yeah.
kind of left it where it got rocky.
100%.
I rolled perception.
Sure.
I haven't really noticed Pamali's wild magic acting up yet. But I think Willow is very focused on the injured party members and immediately like swims over to Ventress and like immediately Willow's hands are like on your face. Like what does Ventress look like? Like how badly is she hurt? I think you got a chunk taken out of her.
Chunk. She probably has teeth marks in her shoulder. I think Ventress looks pretty stunned. After finally having a moment where nothing's like attacking them and she's just like head on a swivel in the water, like looking around before she notices Willow come up to her. And I think she probably does like her outfit's like ripped at her shoulder and like just has these like teeth marks with necrotic looking nasty bites in there. And yeah.
I think Willow's eyes are full of tears. I think he's like shaking with like fear and will immediately like place her hands over you and give you back 40 hit points.
Oh, it's amazing. It's more than I need. Can I roll to see if Ventress notices
Sure.
Willow's mark? What am I rolling for that?
For that, I'd
Perception?
say perception. Or if you're specifically looking for a mark, I'd say investigation. If you're just looking Willow over, I'd say perception.
I think she's just looking Willow over.
Cool.
It's a 15.
15, I think. The water here is pretty dark, and so everything on its own is and the waters are a little rough. So already it's kind of difficult to like orient yourself. I think there's a moment as kind of like a wave goes by when you catch a flash of that shadowy wreath around their arm, and then you blink, and you're not sure if you saw it really. So you get the hint there might be something there, but just with how much everything is moving and how dark it is, it's really hard to tell for sure.
Okay. I think she's just gonna like hold on to Willow.
Sure.
in that moment.
Yeah, like both arms are like around you, like shaking, like holding you very tightly. I think he's like muttering in your ear, like, it's okay. You're okay.
She's gonna start crying.
Pamali, if I could trouble you to roll your next wild magic search.
During this, may I say, since Wilda grew up with Pamali and has very high perception, Wilda, within, let's say, between second and third check, has noticed Pamali and that this would be a situation of that reaction and is just orienting to be starting to not fully cocoon, but is ready for the tentacles to wrap around to absorb a shock if need be to protect others.
Absolutely.
She rolled a 62.
62. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Great. This is a totally fine one. Everything's fine. So we're gonna talk a little bit about what it looks and feels like for Pamali, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about how that looks for everybody else. So Pamali, as you're in this rough water, these waves kind of coming in every now and then, and just once again, you're used to this feeling. It's a little rougher than you typically experience in the rest of Tideward. This is comforting for you for the most part. This is home for you. And as you find yourself closing your eyes and feeling this magic go in all directions and trying to center yourself, you suddenly feel this moment where it's almost like when you've been holding your breath for a long time and then you finally breathe in that little bit of relief. And you realize your body feels a little bit more fluid, a little more free. Do you open your eyes or do you keep your eyes shut?
I think I will open my eyes because I'm curious.
Sure.
I think she will open her eyes.
You open your eyes and you can instantly kind of see, coming from your own form, just this faint, like, bluish light. And then an arm that you recognize as your own floats up beside you. You realize in this moment you are astral projecting. You are no longer in your body. Everybody currently around Pamali, so sorry to do this to you. You look over, anyone who's looking at Pamali, you see her eyes, which were kind of clenched shut, go relaxed. Her body goes limp in the waves, and you see no signs of life.
Wilda immediately just grabs the body in a tentacle to make sure it doesn't smack against things, and crosses two other tentacles and does a little prayer to many gods.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Corn swims over immediately and like touches Pamali and tries to cast Revivify.
Yeah, what is that? What does this look like for you when you cast this?
God, what does Revivify look like for him? I guess it kind of looks like there's you know what, probably like molten lava pouring out of his hands and encasing Pamali for a second. Like imagine and then breaking apart as if it's trying to pull the soul back into the body.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just what
Is she able to communicate at all? Is there any
No, you are at this moment in intangible form. You, just for a little peek mechanically, you can pass through solid objects such as walls. And I would say normally you are like this for 10 minutes. I would say if you would like to make a check about it, you can. If you want to try and force yourself back in your body, I would say this would probably be a Constitution check.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you disadvantage because you're still surging. And I think that makes it really hard to concentrate on things.
Yeah.
As a very quick note, Corin, when you cast Revivify, you feel the magic, the magic itself is intact. As you reach out and you do this, it doesn't seem to make connection with whatever is going on here. If you would like to make, I would say an Arcana or a Medicine check to figure out why that is, you absolutely can.
I'm sorry. May I roll Divine Intervention for the reason of
you
fix this?
Can. Yeah.
I rolled really badly on Perception again, so I think Willow's just gonna let go, is still very focused on Ventress, kind of finally let go and go, is anyone else hurt? Does anyone else need healing?
I think Ventress is staring probably over Willow's shoulder and kind of grabs Willow really tightly, but can't speak because she's just too shocked, and just kind of grips Willow's shoulder super tight to let her know, and is staring at Pamali from over their shoulder.
I got a 10. I'm sorry.
10. Okay. Yeah, you in this moment, coming down from the adrenaline of this fight and faced with this just pure fear in the pit of your stomach, this panic, looking at your friend who, as far as you can tell, is no longer alive. This frazzles your brain. You know that there is something blocking your Revivify. You don't know what it is. There's all kinds of reasons a Revivify can be blocked. You don't know if this is a magical effect. You don't know if Pamali's soul is not willing. You don't know if there's something that you're missing. But whatever it is, something is wrong here. That is more than just, obviously, the way Pamali looks right now.
I think at that moment I look over and I'm like,
sure.
What happened?
I don't know. I tried.
just swimming over, like
Image-wise,
gather.
Pamali is cradled like a baby in giant octopus arms. So, like, more in like a lying down formation than upwards.
Can I
Just very well.
make a medicine check? Like,
Absolutely, you can. And Wilda, what did you get on your divine intervention roll?
I got a 26. I needed 11 or below, so.
26, that's so close. I think you feel just a little thrum of divine magic, as if
Mhm.
whatever god you were reaching out to is reaching back to just put a very warm and comforting hand on your shoulder, but you
Mhm.
don't quite make that contact.
Yeah.
I got a nat 20 on a medicine check.
Nat 20. Incredible.
Feels very gay.
You reach out, you look at Pamali, and even with this panic in your mind, there is a clarity when it comes to caring for Pamali and looking at her. And you know in your heart they are alive. You see the faintest thrum of a heartbeat in her neck. You can see just the faintest bit of breath in her lungs. You know she is alive. They are not, like, here. No, he's not saying they're not here mentally. Does not sound correct, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
Mhm.
they are not conscious right now. Her body is not dead.
Mhm.
And Pamali, what did you get on that saving throw?
She got a 16.
16. I'm gonna roll a die for it because I feel like that's exactly on the line.
At this point, because she can see what's happening, right?
Yes, you can.
She's full on crying.
Understandable.
I think at this point, the joy that she was feeling of like relief is like done, and she's like I
Yeah.
don't want this anymore. Yeah.
I think with a 16, you can begin the process of kind of coming back to your body. It's going to take a second because that magic is pushing so hard to get out. It's hard to let anything back in. But I think you can kind of start that process. Anyone looking at Pamali, you can see like the breaths get a little bit bigger. Their body seems to have a little bit more of like that rigidity that comes with consciousness in it. Pamali, I would say if you roll me another wild magic surge, when that surge is done, you can be back in your body.
Okay.
Can like looks at Wilda the Octopus. Can you help me get her back on the sub or somewhere? I need to get her out of the water.
The octopus blinks twice and then nods, and then just starts Pamali in one tentacle, and then the others helping swim. The
Sure.
octopus has a swim speed of 60 feet, so like very quickly
Sure.
rockets to the sub.
Amazing. Yeah, I'd say there you can get there as soon as we do this wild magic surge very
Yes.
quickly.
It's a 76.
76. Okay. Interesting tonal shift here. As you kind of like, I think what happens here is sometimes it's the smallest like feelings that bring us back into the current moment. And for you, that feeling, I wish my camera wasn't blurry for this. For you, that camera is suddenly just like so bad. Like it's that like annoying like itch right here. Anyone looking at Pamali at the moment, you see as like, you know, their body kind of moves in the current, you see a feather go by, and then another feather and another feather as Pamali grows a long beard made of feathers.
Well,
Oh my god.
octopus Wilda knows exactly what's going on at
Yes.
this exact moment, and is like the octopus.
I think I see it 'cause
so
I'm not with
relieved.
you.
Yeah, no.
You do see feathers just streaming all of a sudden.
Okay.
Wilda's
yeah, fine.
tentacle towards the back curls and makes a makeshift thumbs up, like there's positive change, and then a gesture of like, it's fine, come here. But that's
yeah,
the
I'm
most
swimming
octopus
with you.
can
I'm not as fast as you are.
yeah. Wilda just wants to be in human form to explain.
Yeah.
And with that feeling, Pamali, you are conscious again.
Yeah, I think we're like zipping through the water in Wilda's
Mhm.
hand, right? I think she's just taking a moment to come to, and I think the tears are now streaming out down her actual face, through the water, whatever's staying there. This beard? How long does it stay for?
Do me a favor, roll me a luck check to see if this specific surge has happened to you before.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Love this.
6.
6?
Yeah.
You have no fucking idea.
Great. Great. Yeah, I think she's just laying flat. It is just kind of
Sure.
like when you're so exhausted. You know when you wake up from a really long nap, longer than you intended, and your body just feels just like a sack of potatoes. I think that's how she feels right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You guys reach the side of the submarine. Wilda, you see Goldie, who kind of never really went down in the hatch. Looks up and goes, "Is everybody okay? Pomali, are you okay?"
Tentacle points to Pomali, gesturing to the beard. What Goldie is one of the newer ones. Is Goldie as familiar with?
Let's
I don't think
let's
with
find out.
Pomali, because I know Heath was probably there when Pomali was being like
True.
babysat.
I will say Goldie is a paladin of the god of healing. So let's just roll and let's see what happens here. No, just roll the 6. No
Yeah.
fucking idea. Kind of squints. What the
Wilda,
fuck?
Wilda's just gonna gently like put Pomali into the submarine while Wilda has a giant tentacle to be able to like lift, because Wilda cannot lift Pomali regularly. And then we'll octopus towards the top where the hole is, humanify, so out of wild shape, and then descend. Stand next to Pomali. That's probably around where the next surge is and can only get out to Goldie. Wild magic surges. I'm used to this. It could be big. Go. Or like,
okay.
behind
Goldie
something.
kind of like backs up and heads off into the next room. Pomali, if you could roll your next surge for me, please. With this one, we are halfway there, folks.
Yeah.
Halfway. Oh shit. Okay. All right. 22.
22.
Yeah.
Alrighty. What would you say is Pomali's most prevalent emotion right now?
I think she's very confused, right? Because the magic coursing through her feels really nice to do that. But the freak out that just happened with everyone was very upsetting.
Sure.
She has no idea where the fuck this beard is from. She's just kind of, I think it's just a lot of confusion and frustration. Seeing everybody hurt, I think is right now, it's just she's very much, she was looking for relief and she's now feeling overwhelmed in her relief. So I think that's what's going on right now with her.
Completely valid. So those of you who are inside the submarine or climbing inside can see above Pomali's head these like, first they're kind of wispy, but these like clouds made of this silvery white magic form above her head, and you see they almost seem to be shifting. Like for a moment they are that kind of golden light when the sun is shining through, and then it switches and they're storming and you see a little crack of lightning come off, and they seem to be shifting through weather patterns just a mile a minute. And for 10 minutes, tiny clouds above your head embody your emotions.
Willow's gonna like drop out of the hatch and run over to you and kind of is like there are tears on his face. He's so relieved that like you're awake, and then kind of like sees the clouds and this like very relieved like smile like just breaks across her face, and it's like this like sob like comes out, and he's like, "Are you gonna rain on me again?"
Well, probably. Come here, please. I think she just like wants to just hold them after seeing everything that just happened in the water. And so she just reaches out. I think she's a little bit tired though, but she reaches out.
Yeah, he's gonna go grab a blanket from like a couch or something and just like wrap it around her, and like kind of how just an hour earlier he was gathered up in her arms, like do the same for her. And I think just like softly like sing in her ear and like try and calm down these surges and see if he can help them fight it.
I think for a moment she leans into it, and then she kind of sits up a little bit and tries to push away, not from like wanting to be away from them, but she turns and she goes, I don't know what's coming next.
It's okay.
I don't want.
I'm not going anywhere. It's okay. Just breathe.
I said that she had seen, because when we were in the water doing the battle, she was very close. So did she see Willow get the mark on them, or no? Or do I have to roll for that?
I would say you guys were pretty close when this happened, like you said. So, Jess, if it's okay with you, I think without a roll, you probably just saw that appear. Specifically as someone who, like, because of Siren, you were looking for it to some extent. So yeah, I would say you could have seen that.
I think she looks at Willow's arm and goes, I don't want to give you any more
Just
damage.
look at me. Just keep looking at me.
Will.
Okay. It's like holding your hands very tightly. Keep breathing. Look at me.
Okay. I think she just holds on. Sits closer and holds on to him.
As you're holding hands with Willow and kind of leaning into this moment, do you think that this moment of solidarity is helping Pamali feel any better, any more steady?
I think, yes. I think that she's worried, of course, that like what could happen from the wild magic surges with Willow, but I think there's a reason why she leaned into her magic in the first place. It is a sense of comfort.
Sure.
And I think she's, while looking at Willow and being held in that way, and just trusting her magic, I think she's inherently thinking like it's going to take care of itself. Just let it right through. So yeah.
In that case, would you roll me a d4 then? And whatever you roll, we will subtract that to the number of surges you have left.
3.
3. All right, 2 more. If you could go ahead and roll me your next one.
Okay. Oh, this is scary, guys. Okay, that's a 98. I'm rolling really high.
You are rolling really high. Okay, 98. Do me a favor, roll again, because you've already regained all your expended sorcery points.
Great.
And you can't regain them extra, so.
That's a 10. Well, I think that's a 10. Yes.
10?
Mm-hmm.
You got it. Let's see. Woof. Okay. So there's this kind of moment where you feel like the magic kind of come back and refill again, and it's this just like satisfying feeling of being full and happy, and then just as it is warm, it turns cold and sharp. You feel pain rack through your body. You lose half of your current hit points as the magic absorbs your vitality. And if you could do me a very quick favor also, can you just roll me like a little constitution saving throw? It's not for a bad thing.
Okay.
I know constitution saving throw is a very threatening saving throw, but it's not for a bad thing, I promise.
She didn't do too well.
It's okay, it's a low DC.
She got a 12.
12? Yeah, that's enough. As this kind of pain goes through you, that little pain in your nose comes back, you sneeze, and all the feather beard scatters around you.
Okay. It's okay.
Feather beard gone, feathers everywhere, beard gone.
Yeah, when the pain shoots through her, she's very much shaking. I think she was looking at Willow in the eye and just had to kind of close her eyes in that, and just leans forward and just puts her full body weight onto Willow.
Yeah. They just
as someone who is in the room, how did the pain look? Like, was there any, as like a cleric herself, did Wilda, can I make a check to see if I know Wilda would have noticed?
What check would you like to make? I'd say this is up to you.
Whatever check that would help Wilda know, it's like, oh, does Pamali look like they need healing?
Gotcha. Yeah, then I would say insight, honestly.
Okay. Big die time.
Big die.
18 total.
18, yeah, I think you kind of recognize this go through as pain, and I think you've seen enough of Pamali's surges in the past that you know some of them are harmful, and you can recognize that Pamali was hurt in this moment.
Okay. Seeing that and like remembering past times of Pamali specifically as a young individual going through these painful things, Wilda flashes back to that. You hear a crash in the kitchen where Wilda was making tea, and Wilda is immediately at your side and casts heal, and you regain 70 hit points.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Love to see. Corin and Ventress, while this is going on, what are you guys up to?
I think after seeing, it appeared that Pamali was like coming back as they were going up into the submarine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to climb on top of the submarine?
Yeah, I'd say pretty easily. The hatch is kind of on top anyway. So you can be on top. You could probably also go up a little bit higher if you would like to. On the, I don't know what it's called, but the spot where like the lookout sits.
Yeah.
That thing, you can sit in there.
The lookout thing?
Yeah.
I think once Ventress sees that they're in and everything, I don't know if is Corin going inside?
Yeah. Corin's going inside.
I think after everyone's in, she kind of like goes and climbs up the side of the submarine and looks out into the night to where the report said that there was someone, the watchman had seen someone standing, like a dark figure, like in the water at some point. And I think she's gonna like look for anything out there that she can see.
Sure, make me a little perception check as a treat.
I can do that.
Yeah.
That is a 16.
16 beats my 15.
Oh.
I think kind of standing up on this hatch and looking out at it's pretty dark out here. The heart has just set, but there's still just sort of these like little traces of starlight in both the sky above you and in the ocean around you. And I think as one of those stars in the sea that has come through the little seam in the shields glows a little bit brighter, you catch Jet like far off, like 120 feet probably, just like shoulders and a head of inky black kind of bobbing in the wave. And the star dims, and when it brightens again, that figure is gone.
Okay. I have a question.
I have an answer.
Is there any way I could do channel divinity and cast kindred spirit? And
Tell me more about that.
I know it's for as a bonus action, you strengthen your bond between yourself and the natural world. For the next 10 minutes, you're able to communicate with and understand all beasts, plants, elementals, and aberrations, even if you do not share a language with them. But I'm wondering if she can just kind of like, if it will give her a feeling of what this thing is out there.
Ooh, okay. I would say make me a history or arcana check with advantage because of your channel divinity.
Yeah, I'll do history. So that is 17.
17. I think first, none of these things that you know how this magic kind of settles in you. You know what it's like to talk to creatures of these types. I think the first thing that strikes you is that it's probably not any of these things that you can speak with at this moment because of this magic. But I think with the 17, you are kind of vaguely reminded of something that happened just like an hour ago or so, which is the image of, you are obviously a little bit farther off having been in the submarine, but the image of Pamali speaking with this sort of like avatar of Isla, this part of Isla that is not them in their current form, but is just a little bit of their magic left behind and able to like speak with their consciousness. And I think looking at this, you are kind of reminded of the way that took form, the way that it was a little bit featureless, vaguely humanoid, but the extension of that god. But of course, Isla's was not made of this dark, shadowy magic.
Dark shadow.
Isla's was made of water.
God, yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Corin, what have you been up to?
So Corn is definitely slower than Willow is. And I think he was too much in his head to pay attention to like Wilda giving like the thumbs up, things are fine. Like just going through his head, like, what did I do wrong? Where can I get more magic? Like thinking about reaching down that like familial and celestial connection to Gavaldon to beg for more or something, and then climbs into the submarine and sees that sees that Pamali is fine, and I think he like takes a small step forward to go and comfort them as well, but is also seeing Willow's got it covered, so is like turning away to hide like the whatever has crossed his face at this point, and is just going to heal himself because he did take some damage and was not wearing a shirt, so he's got like a nice like solid bite there, and just there's a red glow, and stitches himself up but with very jagged scarring along his side now.
Sure.
And then is just looking everywhere but at Pamali and Willow right now.
Yeah, so valid. And with that, we'll kind of move back to Pamali and Willow. Pamali, if you could roll me your final wild magic search, please.
I'm gonna use my Pamali dice.
Sure.
That's a 56.
56, right down the middle. Okay. Do me a favor, re-roll for me. That's a combat specific one.
Okay. Rolling high. I don't know if I did this one already. 86?
Let's find out.
Just kidding. 89.
89. Okay. Kind of a fun one. So as this last little bit of magic kind of spirals out from you and you feel calm settle in you, like the ocean settling itself out after a storm, anyone who's in this room with Pamali can see just a little bead of that blue watery magic that they use kind of slip out from beneath her fingers and then settle on the ground next to you. It begins to move a little bit, and it takes the form of what do you think is Pamali's favorite nautical animal?
I'm not sure. My brain literally just drew
That's
blank.
okay. Oh, that's okay. We'll say in this moment, instead of a little nautical animal, it forms the shape of a little cat made of water, probably because of your recent connection with Comet. And it kind of shifts with this like silvery bluish magic. Pamali, I would say you probably have had this search before. Baby said a cat.
Sorry.
It's okay. This is actually Baby. Would you like to describe your character for us? No. So I would say you probably have had this one before, or you have seen similar magic, as you have kind of summoned forth, be it accidentally, a small animal spirit of nature. Actually, here, let me just amazing. And it kind of sits and looks at you, expectantly waiting for you can ask it a favor, you can ask it a question. It's just kind of sitting there, looking up at you.
I think she just... So this is something that you can ask a question to and it'll answer anything?
To the best that it can. Yeah.
Okay. Can I also check if she's... So you said she's had this before.
I would say yeah, or you've seen this. People communing with the spirits of nature are not super uncommon. So I would say if you haven't done it, you've seen somebody do this before at the very least.
Okay. I think she's just kind of like, at first she just kind of raises her hand out, just wanting it to just get closer.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, at first she just wants to emotional support animal. She wants to cuddle for a bit.
Now you're so valid. This little spirit of water kind of walks over to you very carefully. The spots where it walks leaves these little paw prints of just a little bit of like dampness. And it looks up at you and it kind of like cranes up into your hand a little bit. It feels like nice, cool water. Like it's that perfect blend of like cool and warm, like swimming in like Hawaii and in areas closer to the equator where it's like a little warm but not too warm.
I think
Hops up in
you
your lap. Willow, there's a water cat now between you.
yeah. I think she was like head like pressed up against Willow's chest and like hand out when it jumped up, and so it's in between them, and she just kind of looks up and goes, "You can ask it a question if you'd like."
What?
It's a spirit. You can ask it a question, or I can ask it if you like. I just don't have the brain power right now. So
Okay.
okay. I think she just kind of like leans forward. I think she knows like there's like apparently a time limit, right, with these things.
With this one, I believe it just is honestly here until you ask it a favor or a question. I would say it'll probably
Okay.
stay no later than your next like long rest, but it'll hang around until you ask.
Oh, I thought it had a time limit. Well, if that's the case, then
Not this guy.
okay, cool. So then she just kind of looks up at them and goes, "Hi. That was kind of scary, huh?"
To me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Willow still kind of has you against their chest and like one arm very much around you, like, kind of like in your hair, like, and then the other kind of runs fingers along the back of this cat and is like a little bit distant in the eyes as they also kind of try and ground themselves a little bit with this little spirit animal, and then returns to you and is like, "Are you okay?"
I am okay. Are you okay? Where's everybody else? Where's Ventress and Corin?
Yeah, I think for the first time looks up and kind of meets Wilder's eye, who I think is still quite close to them, and like exchanges like a nod of gratitude for like the help. And
Well, you guys are the ones that got hurt out there. So like, did you guys heal?
They're nearby. I believe Wilda just looks at like schematics and the little looking glass submarine stuff, and it's like they're nearby. I think they still might need a little bit of healing, but yours seem the most immediate, and now that has been found out as to the meaning of why, we can assess their injuries. It'll all be good. Sorry, it's just been a while since I've seen one of your surges. Caught me off guard as well. Wilda is like puttering, making tea. Also, Abby, the water blob, is absorbing the water steps of the cat. Like as someone would pick up chocolate chips off a floor, like a sneaky little child.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry for all of that. I don't know what happened out there. I just kind of came out
it's okay.
all at once. I didn't mean to scare everyone. I'm really sorry.
Everything is good now, and I think it'll be good if we're going to be facing more combat, just to give everyone the lowdown, because as I am familiar, as I've been a part of your upbringing, to this happening, now that we know that this could be something, it'd be good to share with everyone what possibly to expect. I should have brought that up earlier, knowing we were going at that possible thing, so my bad. Here, I'll check in with the other two. You two look like you need a big breath. The tea is steeping at the moment.
Thank you. But it's not your bad fault that it's my magic. I should have, I guess, warned everyone. I don't know. But everybody, I mean, Corin knows. Corin's grown up with me.
Mm-hmm.
My internet went out. But I've been
not really dipping into my magic like I was out there for a while. So I scared everyone, and I'm sorry. And that should have been me telling everybody about what my magic can do. So I'll be better about that.
No, it's all good, sweetie. Everyone's just very relieved that you are okay.
I am.
That is.
I'm okay, and I think she's starting to sit up a bit more. I'm okay, and I think we should, like you said, assess everyone, and maybe she turns to Willow and goes, "I think we should get back in there, see if there's anything else up in there."
I think everyone needs a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Hey. It's not your fault. You're not. I think it's like kind of. I think when Wilda started saying those things, they got a little bit like stiff and like a little bit defensive.
Mhm.
And I think both arms are now around you, like quite protectively. And I think just low enough so that only you can hear. It's like, it's not your fault. You don't need to explain yourself to anyone.
Okay. I think you can tell, like, there's like, she's hearing it, but just kind of.
Wilda is exiting the submarine to check in with Corin and Ventress.
I believe Corin is in the submarine. Correct me if I'm wrong, VJ.
Yeah, I think after healing himself and just like not wanting to just be gawking at Pomali while the wild surges are happening, he would have went back to the room where him and Ventress were yelling, and just is sitting on the thing looking out the window that's in there.
Sure, absolutely. But Wilda, as you climb out, you do see Ventress.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ventress is standing still where she was, looking out, and James, if you will allow me to do this as well, kind of
Sure.
like has druid crafted like a replica of what she saw out there, and is just like staring at it, like trying to like picture in her mind what Isla's looked like, and then now what she's heard about it, and now what she sees. Probably doesn't even notice Wilda coming up behind her.
Wilda, seeing that you're very focused and not wanting to spook you, just like sidles up to you by the side slowly, make sure that she's in your kind of point of view, and then is just like, so what do you have there?
There was a report from the watchman that there was something out a while ago that I saw, and I saw it, and I don't know what to make of it. It looks like Isla's, but it's not. It's dark and it's bad, and well, I don't know. Is Pomali okay? I think she drops the druid craft and finally turns to look at Wilda.
Oh, yes. Pomali will fully explain. It's a couple of us already knew, but with the type of magic Pomali wields, there can be surges of the magic. And with the, I believe how she said it, just down there, she's good, with the intensity of it, it can lead to the surges of the magic. Because, very powerful.
Right.
Resonates in everyone differently. But she can give you the full lowdown. But yeah, all good. We don't know exactly what happened with each individual thing. Had a feather beard at one point. Very fun. Sneezed that off.
I think I saw those in the water. Are you okay? Have you?
Yeah. Any hits I take in octopus form don't come to my wonderful young body. Thank you for smiling. That was a joke.
That was quite funny.
Thank you. But yeah, good. This starts to do a grandmotherly pat down, being like, "How are you? What is?"
I'm fine. Willow fixed. I had those marks from the shark that bit me and ripped my clothes, which was awful. My sleeve, but I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
fine. Is everyone else fine?
I think just Corin. Want to check on
Okay.
them.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. And I don't know, Will, do we have to keep going? Like, I don't know. We can't just leave.
No. We can debrief, because after something like that, a period of recovery only makes us stronger if we to encounter anything else. Because you've done like battles before, correct?
I've simulated a battle. I've read a book about fighting. I don't really engage in that.
Wait, was that your first? Oh my, yes. I've already made some tea. Here, come into the submarine.
Okay.
This is much different than I expected. Okay, yes. I assume at this point.
I thought I knew what I was doing, and then I didn't, and then
You definitely knew what you were doing. You did fabulous, but there's other things. The post, yes, is like climbing down. Yes, this is new information. Definitely a debrief. Wilda going down is like, I've just learned, and there's no issue with it, that this was Ventress's first big combat, and I was just curious as to who else this was their first battle.
That's to everyone.
Yes, like is announcing, like is a little bit louder than probably necessary.
Well, I've caught some things in the water, but not like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is different.
And Corin, I know you do bar fights, but oh, you're in a different room.
He's in a different
Did you
room.
hear me yell it? Do you think?
I would say Corin, because you specifically said you did it loud. I'd say Corin would probably hear it, but you don't know where Corin is, so it's up to him if he answers.
Okay.
I don't think he's registering it or anything. I rolled a 1 to see if he's like even there.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go check on Corin, as I know he's in this vehicle. Yeah, T's going, and then Wilda, a little spaced, goes to find Corin.
Sure. I think you kind of walk down a hallway, like peek in a room or two, and then after a minute you find Heath, who Heath and Goldie are kind of standing in very similar, like arms crossed, leaning back into the counter, staring down at the floor very awkwardly. And then Heath looks, he goes, "Oh, hey, everything okay? Sorry, we didn't want to like intrude or."
Yeah, no issue at all. A lot of people's first battles.
Sure.
I'm looking for Corin. Have you seen Corin?
Went that way a minute ago. Kind of points
Great.
further down the hall.
Awesome. Are you two good? Did you see what was going on, or were you just hanging in the vessel?
I mean, from this far back, it was kind of like a lot of just like water splashing, and then little flashes of light, and then there wasn't light, and then there was.
Yeah, a couple will-o-wisps and the big nightmare shark-looking things.
There were nightmare sharks?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, everyone made it out. Couple bites, but definitely if it's someone's first rodeo, that is literally a nightmare. So, I was not. Both of you were actually, when we did our like training, you're probably the two best when it came to post experience, like shock and helpful. Sure. Just naturally. So I know it's like they're going through their own thing, but if either of you want to go out and like offer any like blankets or tier things, sure. I think being slightly removed from our personal things, there's some drama. It feels a little tense. That might help, just so people feel a sense of regularity, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, and Goldie kind of. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, Goldie, do you mind coming with me? Because I know you're a healer. I've used some of my juice, and I think Corin might be injured, and I just want to
Yeah.
check.
No,
Awesome.
absolutely. Heath and Goldie kind of nod at each other. Heath kind of heads off towards the direction that you just came from, and Goldie will walk with you.
Yes. And looking for Corin.
Yeah, roll me a little investigation check.
Investigation. Not my best.
And Goldie will give you the help action. You can roll.
I got a natural 1, so thank you for the help.
You kind of are like.
I got 2 natural 1s.
Stop.
That is the will to die.
No.
Holy shit. Yeah, I think what's happening is I think Goldie is like talking to you. And it's like, yeah, like, I really didn't want to intrude, but it seemed like things were going kind of crazy. And I think we checked in there. And it's just kind of like rambling to get her own nerves out.
Yes.
With 2 nat 1s, I'm gonna say, unfortunately, you don't find Corin. But Corin, you do hear like 2 sets of footsteps. You hear Goldie just kind of like rambling. You can't really hear what they're saying, but you hear her voice.
I can't find him anywhere. Oh my gosh, where is that?
Do you think he left? Like,
I don't know. I feel like maybe he's moving around as we're moving around, so it feels like a little goose chase.
Should we,
so
like,
maybe we
split
need
up?
to retrace. No, we need to retrace all of our steps backwards.
Okay. We're going back. Okay, yeah, back to the. You want to go back to the hatch?
Back to the hatch? I think back to the hatch. Yes.
Okay.
But
yeah,
like
that's cool.
going a different direction than we did before, because maybe that's where we missed.
Right.
I'm in here.
Oh, Corin goes into follows the voice. Hi.
Yeah.
What does Corin look like when they find him?
Actually, let's see. Oh, yeah. He looks like he's fine. Like, has put, I think before they came in, he very clearly had like I think the way he's feeling is like you get into a fog of things sometimes, but it's like no emotions, no feelings, everything's just dead. Your face can like show that, and that was definitely how he was feeling and is probably still feeling right now, but he also doesn't want to talk about it or anything, so he is just put back on his like usual like face, and looks like he's fine. Like he turns towards you see a couple scrapes on him, and like still a little bit hurt, couldn't heal everything or didn't want to use the resources, but mostly fine. Like you can see the like jagged scar along the side from where the shark bit, but is like closed at this point.
Yes. With like Wilda has like a 20 passive perception. Do you think Wilda would be able to see through the mask a little bit?
I don't think so, because I rolled for deception, if that was okay, James, and it was a 24.
Okay. Yeah.
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna see if Goldie can notice this.
Can I give Goldie advantage since we've spent a more...
you guys know each other pretty well. Yep. Oh boy, with rolls like that though, yikes, babe.
Goldie and Wilda are just a disaster duo.
Yeah, no, Goldie got a 10. So I think Goldie's eyes are stuck on that jagged scar now.
Yeah.
That she knows was not there before, and there's just a little bit like a somberness to their face.
Wilda, thinking that you are okay and like put together and just taking a moment, is more so being like, okay, so I just talked to Ventress, and I found out that this was Ventress's first like big battle or fight, and so I know that you've done bar stuff, so you're familiar with a certain degree of things, but I wanted to check in if this was your first big battle, because there's definitely more of like a protocol of like post-battle regulation that I want to make sure everyone goes over, but everyone feels decent. You seem pretty good, but I just wanted to check in. Because if we're doing that with the others who it's their first big one, I want to do that with you as well.
Yeah, I'm fine. It was a lot, but I'm fine, and Pomali's fine, and everybody's fine.
Okay, great. Well, then here, come. It'd be nice to have you there anyways, because if you're feeling fine, you'll be a good like grounding energy for The others, I see you've healed yourself. I still have a decent amount of healing. Goldie has quite a bit, so if you want to get back up to full, we've got you. Because, we'll sleep, we'll refill our wells of magic, might as well, like, get you feeling really good right now, especially if you're going to continue, like, looking out there and stuff.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit more. So
A little bit? Okay.
that's fine.
Here, I got it.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you very
Uh,
much.
Yeah, Goldie kind of like holds a hand down to you, Corin.
Yeah, definitely takes it.
Yeah, when your hand is in hers, you feel this kind of like thrum of warm magic. You get this scent of like herbs, but in like a refreshing kind of way, a little bit, and a little bit of a cool sensation as well. And let's see. Well, Jesus Christ, I just forgot to talk. Goldie is going to cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds on you. Let me roll that real quick. Oh, nice. Good job, Goldie. That's 12. 16 points of healing back to you.
Yeah, he is back at full.
Love to
Lovely.
see it. And she'll kind of like give a very gentle pull on your arm, like asking if you would like to be helped up as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely take the help.
Amazing that they will do that.
Yeah. Wilda, still frazzled, not totally clocking you, will turn around and start walking towards the main room, leaving you and Goldie to assumptively follow behind.
Hell yeah. We'll kind of move then back to Willow and Pamali. After a moment, Heath walks in. He's got kind of like a blanket over one arm. Hey, these are nice and warm. I don't know if you guys wanted one. I can make some tea. I didn't want to like presume.
Thank you. I think Wilda is making some tea. But I'll definitely take a blanket if you don't mind.
Yeah, he holds it out to you, and as you touch it, you can feel that it's been like magically warmed a little bit.
Is Ventress in the room with us?
Ventress is in the room, but I think she's like gone to pull out the maps and the watchman's like notes or whatever, and kind of brings it out and puts it like on like a table while you guys are doing that.
Sorry. I think Willow pulls like the blanket around you, Pamali, and kind of like squeezes your forearm and like goes to get up and kind of move over and start messing around with the tea. I think as like the dust starts to settle, I think the adrenaline kind of wears off, and this like whatever fucking arcane exhaustion is now affecting them, like just like hits them like a fucking wave, and they kind of grip the edge of the counter a little bit. And you know when you first wake up in the morning and you cannot find your balance, I think it kind of like looks a little bit like that. And
yeah, I think Pamali like gets up with them and tries to steady them. Are you alright?
Yeah. Sorry, just I was on the floor too long.
Are you got hurt out there? Have you healed yourself?
Have I? Nope.
I don't have healing. Can you heal
it's
yourself,
okay.
please?
I can help. You want help?
Please, if you could.
Yeah. Heath, actually, let me make a little perception check for Heath to see if he notices there's something else here too. Not with a 2, he don't. Okay. God damn, that was a 2 for both Heath and Goldie on separate rolls. And I
We
just think
love
that
our perceptive crew,
they're
babes.
doing so good.
I love that.
Although, I mean, he does have a +8 to insight, but and to perception. But anyway, he kind of like takes a moment and like kind of looks you up and down, like appraising for wounds or injuries, and then after a moment, like holds a hand out and stops it just short of your shoulder and like looks at you for consent.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and then rests a hand on your shoulder. And he only sees like scrapes and stuff, so he's gonna cast Cure Wounds at one. How bad do you look?
No, so I just look exhausted, but I don't
Sure.
look very bad at all.
We'll do a little second level cure wounds as a treat. Oh, I rolled bad. That's okay. That's I can't do math. 8 points of healing back to you.
Nice.
Is that? I mean, you're looking like tired. Are you? Not like in a. I'm not in like a criticism way. Like you look great. But
Yeah,
also.
I just fought a shark, so yeah, I'm kind of tired.
Yeah, but I mean, like, do you need anything else?
No, I'm just gonna like turn around so they don't really have to meet their eye. And start messing with the tea. No, I'm good, buddy. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
And we'll like, where's V?
I'm over here. Are you okay?
Yeah,
I was.
What about you? Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm great. I'm fine. Willow healed me. If you two are okay, you're okay after your. I heard you got a feather beard.
You did get a feather beard. I think she goes and she just hugs Ventress.
Ventress hugs them back so tight. And is kind of like pulls back though to like make sure and like look Pomali up and down again. Before.
I think Pomali's doing the same. Looking over the marks on the clothes of where the wound was. And it's like, okay, so you've been healed. That's good, but you're working right now.
Yeah, I saw something outside. I wanted to check because I read something and I just wanted. It's not important right now. I should stop.
I think yeah, we should stop. Pomali's also thinking about how they also wanted to get back into the water and look at things. So they kind of pause and they go, but what did you see?
I saw this, and she pulls back and kind of druid crafts the shadowy figure again for Pomali to see, and Willow, and is like, it's just like in the report I read, and I wanted to see if I could catch it, but it disappeared. I just got a glimpse, and it looked like this.
Well, that's a good catch. But we should stop. We should rest.
Right. You two should rest.
Ventress, I think we all should rest. I'm feeling the same way. I honestly want to go back into the water and see what was behind those things, because they don't know what the will-o-wisps were, right? They don't know the name of them yet.
I don't believe so. You can roll, I would say, like a nature or an arcana or history. Any of those three. And also it's around this time you all can kind of hear 3 sets of footsteps coming down the hallway as Wildecorn and Goldie are stepping into the room just now.
I rolled like above a 20.
Above a 20? Okay. And Pomali, what'd you get?
A 17.
17? Okay. I actually, you know what? Pomali, make this with advantage because you are in the water a lot and you're in a community of people who are in the water a lot.
Got a 17.
Okay, 17. I think with the 17, you've heard like ghost stories almost about like, you know, spirits in balls of light that call out to you in the voice of a loved one. And I think you've always kind of just like you've never seen anything like that until now. You kind of brushed it off, but you kind of recall those like tavern ghost stories, kind of. Willow, I think you are reminded of a very similar creature that exists in astral space called Wonta-wisps, who are the kind of other side of the coin of will-o-wisps. Wonta-wisps are the souls of good people who decide not to reincarnate anymore, content to kind of drift amongst the stars forever. And I think remembering that story and having seen them like pass by on those sleepless nights in the forest, watching them overhead, you are then reminded of the other side of the coin, which is will-o-wisps, who are souls made up of entirely like negative energy who choose to spend their afterlife actively harming people and have not been able to move on to a state of peace because of that.
Yeah, I've heard stories of things like that. I've just never seen. I didn't really know if they were real. But I think right now we would need to rest before we get out there. I think we've all just kind of gone through a bit of a roller coaster and then another one afterwards. I'm sorry about that.
No.
That's okay.
It wasn't your fault, Pomali. You don't need to apologize.
It was overwhelming for everyone to see, and I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to. Anyways, yeah. So we rest.
At this moment, very quickly, if I can interrupt, this cat, which only some of you have seen, this like small cat of just pure watery energy, like mostly featureless, has kind of like jumped down off where the blanket is and then walked over to you, Willow, who you're standing by a counter, and as all cats are to do, it has come over to beg for whatever it is that you're doing, and kind of like reaches a paw out to touch your leg. And as it does, you see a little bit of the blue watery magic of it turn black and begin to disappear. And the cat pulls its paw away and does that like cat paw shake of disgust, and the magic regenerates. And it kind of like looks at you, like very accusingly, and then pads off. And all of you see this.
Willow.
Pulls up.
Willow. Wilda power walks to
Sure.
Willow.
Yeah.
I
I
think
think Ventress is looking him up and down.
I think
just
Molly's like looking at Willow, but is
Sure.
going after that cat. She's like, it's
Yeah.
like eyes, like not daggers. They're more like a
Mhm.
what the heck, and because she knows what's happening, but she didn't want to say it before Willow, and is going
Sure.
after the cat.
Absolutely. And anyone who is looking at Willow in this moment, like looking for something, go ahead and make me a perception check.
15.
Oh, that's good. 17.
17.
22.
22. All right, my 15 and my 17. I think what you notice is kind of just barely poking out from one of Willow's sleeves. You see that kind of like roiling black magic that Pomali has described to you, and vaguely similar to what you saw on Venedra. My close good friend Corin, who got above a 20. I think what you notice, like you clock the magic, you see it. I think what you notice more is the way that like some of the color has drained out of Willow's cheeks, the way that their shoulders sit a little heavier, the weight of this exhaustion that was not there just a few minutes earlier before this combat, and it sits heavier than just like post-battle exhaustion. And you are reminded of the fact that the area near Venedra's scars also seeped all color.
Well,
I think
during this is doing a pat down. Like, sorry, I want Corn to talk, but just,
You're patting me down.
but like in a way of like looking under sleeves, being like, "Oh my gosh, what else are you hiding? How dare you put others' needs above your own to the point that you hurt yourself? That is so like you. Oh my goodness, well, like you're getting overwhelmed mother vibes."
I think I'm definitely overwhelmed.
I think like Corn is just like so much has happened, and it's just so much. It's just like staring for a minute while Wilda is doing this, and then like comes up and just kind of like I think is gonna like reach out to grab Willow's face if they're fine with it, seeing that Wilda's like doing the
I think
whole.
they're kind of like, I think they're a bit deer in headlights at the minute after like the thing with the cat happened, and then everyone kind of descended upon her. They're kind of just frozen, like being inspected by everyone, but not quite like present.
I think then Corn's gonna like take a step back and say, Wilda, maybe.
Oh yes. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I forget myself. May I try something, Willow? You can ask me to wait. I just would like to.
Try what?
To remove the inky black thing that looks like it's sucking the life out of you.
Yeah. Go for it.
Wilda will put a hand on either side of the arm around the mark and is going to cast Remove Curse in an attempt to dispel this.
Yeah, absolutely. So you cast this magic in, and do me a favor, make me a... What? I would say make me either an insight or an arcana check.
Can Pamali come back into the room with the cat and
Sure.
give guidance to...
And I also give guidance.
Sure. You get a 2d4 to us.
All right. 2d4, addition to my +5. And then I have my divine luck I can hopefully use if things go bad. Okay, that plus that, and then d4. Well, that's better. And plus, so I'm at 15, and I will use my divine luck to.
Okay.
I just need to mark it off so that I can add a d6. I'm rolling so poorly. Now it's only a 2, so I'm at 17 after rolling 4 dice.
I would say... Actually, you know what? Just
I
for
get
fun,
Ben
roll...
luck as well.
Well, before you do that, do me a favor, roll it with advantage because you caught a little glimpse of... I forgot you were the one who saw this magic get a little foggy.
Okay. Okay, that's cocked. And I'm deciding not to roll that die that gave me 2 nat ones in a row because I'm feeling there might be a...
Now you're valid for that.
Yeah. Oh, that's way better. Base 18 plus 10 with all the other stuff, so 28.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
As you cast this magic, you kind of notice that you can feel... Normally when you cast magic into something, it is fully just you releasing it out.
Mm-hmm.
As it begins to release, you almost feel whatever this inky black mark is, you almost feel as if a hand reaches out and grabs the magic you're casting and pulls it from you more than you give it. But even still, as it kind of absorbs this magic, the inky black kind of swirls for a minute and then fades and dissipates and is gone. Pamali, you went after the cat. What would you like to do with our little cat friend? He's just 20 feet off. Well, I guess not that far. He's 15 feet off. Licking that paw that had touched Willow, and you see the area that had begun to fade is still there. It's a little bit of a dimmer blue, but it's still there.
Yeah. I think she, in that moment when she split off, she puts her little hand out to see if it'll put its paw, and she'll pet it.
Yeah, it kind of very hesitantly puts its paw in your hand.
She goes, I don't have healing, unfortunately. But I do have a question.
It perks up a little.
I have 2 people now, because this is now a couple of seconds before she came back, right? So
sure.
I have 2 people now who have that mark on them. And I want to know the best way to get rid of it.
Okay. I think this little cat spirit kind of gently takes its paw out of your hand and puts it back on the ground. And looks down, almost as if you can see it thinking. And I think what it does is it kind of... Actually, hang on. Give me just a moment. Let me see what this little spirit of nature thinks. Jesus, I'm rolling so bad today, huh? So I think the spirit of nature kind of looks back up at you, and you see almost indecision on its face. And then after a minute, it kind of steps up to you and pushes its forehead into your arm. And as it does, you feel this kind of I think what you feel is the warmth that you feel when you're out at sea. And this this magic of the ocean that makes up the very core of who you are. And what it feels like to nurture that. like anytime that you follow something that brings you so much joy, it feels like it's a piece of you. Just that like warmth and contentedness and a little bit of like the rock of waves. And then the creature kind of pulls back and looks at you to see like if you've understood. Like you can tell when cats are judging you. It's a little that. Just kind of like stares.
What I collected from that was peace. I don't know if that's the answer that you're trying to give me.
The cat kind of like tilts its head a little bit, and then I think like you're sitting on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. Just crouched down.
Like very determined, kind of. I think steps forward, puts like their good paw up on your leg and their other one up a little bit, and stretches up so they're a little bit closer to you. And then again takes that spot on their forehead and just pushes it very lightly against the spot over your heart. And holds it there over your heart for just a minute. And then kind of pulls back and like nuzzles against your chin, and with a little flourish of blue magic, the spirit is gone.
I think she cries for a second.
Oh.
I think she's like kind of grasping at what that means and feeling lost in the moment of what does that mean. I think she has ideas of what it means, but is a bit afraid of that.
Sure.
Doesn't really know what to do with it. And so she just quickly just kind of like pats that away and comes back to the group without the cat. And that's when she comes and casts guidance.
Absolutely.
Immediately-
And Willow, so sorry, very quickly. Willow, as soon as this is gone, you don't feel like awake again, but you feel as if a weight you didn't even realize had been pushing down on your shoulders is taken off.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Please go ahead, Willow.
Yes. Where you would expect to see relief on Wilda's face is acute frustration, and Wilda looks the most tense you probably, Willow, have ever seen her. And then she is breathing very deep, short breaths, goes into the kitchen, takes out a mug and smashes it on the ground. And just is like, fuck. Sorry, accent. Fuck. You know? And then like grabs the end of the counter, is like stretching back out, head down, shaking her head.
I think anyone looking at Willow, again, where you might expect to see relief, I think they look very scared. And it's not something that, like, Willow doesn't look scared. Hardly ever. And I think it's like the fear that they should have been feeling whilst this thing was on them has now caught up to them now that it's gone. Yeah, they look terrified.
I think Ventress kind of looks like distraught upon realizing that Willow does have the mark on her arm, and kind of walks up and holds Willow's hand and goes, "Do you feel tired? Do you feel like
No, I feel better.
okay, you think you will be able to sleep, Willow, after?"
Yeah. No, whatever you did, Wilda, worked. Thank you.
Wilda stands up, is just looking up. What I did worked, but it probably wasn't the correct way to remedy the situation. And if everyone is feeling up for it, I think we should debrief with all of our information as soon as possible in the boardroom aboard the submarine to get back on the same page and work on the rest of our plan for the rest of the day, whether that be rest or moving forward. Because that curse removal was not me dissecting and taking away a curse from you. It felt like a curse was accepting an appeasement and an offering to go away, and took my magic with it. Not all of it, of course, but it's the same feeling of whatever could have happened with those things down there, that, while it was a lot and a new big battle for many of you, that was something I could tell from all of you that you could take, and whoever sent those things, because they weren't of their own volition, they knew we could take them, and that is scarier than them trying to take us on, because that means there is thought behind this. This is premeditated. This is big. We need to have a big discussion about it, and we need to be ready, because I know we need to feel up for it, but there is a certain degree of expediency that I believe Ventress has felt that we also need, in, of course, balance with feeling all right ourselves. And it has touched us directly now, and we all feel how scary that is. And so, yeah, regulation and coming up with the thing. Yeah. Wilda just grabs a broom, sweeps up her broken thing, throws it out, grabs a blanket on the way to the boardroom, and is going to be just doing that.
You get pretty close to the boardroom. You see Goldie is kind of like awkwardly hesitating near the door and just says, "Hey, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Do you want us to head back? Do you want us to stay here?"
I would say, as this is counselor business, that it would be unfortunately most best if you just have time in your dorms. I will let you know when we are either moving or anything else, and I'll need you.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Mhm.
Kind of reaches out and just like puts a hand on your shoulder and squeezes a little bit.
Yeah. Wilda immediately relaxes and
Yeah.
gestures for a hug.
Gives you just the biggest, tightest hug.
Yeah.
Truly.
That calms down Wilda's breathing substantially.
Yeah.
Rubs Goldie's back like a little bit in the like, thank you. Extends, grip shoulders. Thank you very much. I really needed that.
Yeah, anytime. And Goldie and Heath will head off to their respective room.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we're all heading to the boardroom, I think Corin would like pull Pamali to the side and just,
I was gonna say,
give them a huge hug, and just like he whispers in your ear, "Haven't seen that one before."
I think she's hugging Corin back so tight, and is saying, "Yeah, that was a new one." I'm so sorry, Corin. I keep apologizing to you. I just, the look on your face in the water, and I could see it. I could see it on everyone's face. And I couldn't do anything or say anything to anybody to let them know I was okay. And all of you were actually hurt. And I was overwhelmed. And it derailed everything. There was so much more we could have probably found in the water.
I think he'll just like pull you into a tighter hug and like kiss you on the forehead. "Hey, you're fine. We're fine." And like pulls away and just like motions to him like, "I'm fine.
No, I think she sees the scars and
We're
it's
all-
like, Corin,
We're all
what do you
healed.
mean?
It's fine. We're fine. Okay." And now we know that can happen, and we'll figure something out. Okay?
I will be okay. I mean, yeah, sometimes my magic hurts, but what magic doesn't sometimes. But it's, for the most part, it's really good. And I will be fine. At the end of the day, I will always be fine. The battle, what you guys have gone through, that's what I am worried about. I want to check in on you.
I'm fine. Everything's
I'm
fine.
gonna insight check. She got a 15.
I'm gonna say that because we grew up together, despite I think there's just like this the briefest like not like a confirmation that he's lying, but something feels like kind of off with that, but it's not like, I think it's more like sibling intuition than actually he's like
Yeah.
pushing anything to show that that's not the case. It's just, I'm fine. It's fine. It was scary, but I'm fine. And you're fine? And
I think she cups his face, and it's just like a knowing look, and gives like a kiss, a tideward kiss on both cheeks, and casts this message, and says, "I'm not fine either."
Sorry. I think the second you send that message to him, he just starts crying.
She's just wiping the tears.
And then composes himself and gives you a kiss on the cheek and heads to the boardroom.
Yeah, they're holding hands.
And with everybody heading to the boardroom to sit down and figure out what comes next, we're gonna take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. I can speak, I swear. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Get a snack, get a warm blanket of your own, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everyone,
Ka-chow.
and welcome back, Ka-chow, to the gayest little show on daytime television. We pick up exactly where we left off with our wonderful party stepping into the boardroom, conference room. I don't know,
Yeah.
into the
The room with the big table.
yeah, the room with a big table and
Yeah.
mediocre office chairs
Yeah.
to talk about next steps. The floor is yours.
Wilda is at the head of this table, like doing the power stance of leaning slightly over the table, arms on it like this. Being very short of stature, it does not cut as intimidating a presence as it does in her own mind, and waits for everyone to be seated.
Love the idea that they're all just still sopping wet. Like,
Yeah. That ocean was fucking freezing cold.
Freezing
It was, like,
cold.
shivering.
Wait, does no one have prestidigitation is the question.
No. Someone heat me up, please.
Oh, wait. If I have shape water, can I dry myself off technically?
Sure.
Yeah, Wilda is shaping water away since it's a cantrip. And for anyone that walks in, we'll like nod to them in indication of like, would you like dry? If people walk in that way, as they walk in, they can dry off, essentially.
that'd be great. I was gonna have Venture stand there like a wet puppy with her arms like crossed.
Yeah, Wilda would just like tilt ahead and then just be like, and then it would be like little, almost like threads of milk towards you, and then absorb the water and ring out beside you.
Dry puppy.
Yes, dry puppy.
I think Corn would like probably go walk over to Willow, like not touching or anything, just standing pretty close and just make himself get warmer so you feel warmer around him as well.
Or like presses their arm up against her shoulder.
I think Pamali goes and sits wherever Wilda is standing at the front. She'll sit next to Wilda.
Lovely. Once everyone is either standing around the table or seated, doesn't matter which, Wilda starts. Well, it seems to me as I didn't have the same understanding. I assumed that all of you had not bad experience. I'm not to say any of you are less experienced, but you're all extremely competent, and I, in my mind, had pictured you had gone through a battle like that before. And you definitely appeared like you did as you all kicked ass. But one thing in my many years is that is not my first rodeo with that. With some of those creatures specifically, those shark things, absolutely terrifying. That was my first time, but since it was, it is protocol to check in with everyone individually and for everyone to check in with themselves and be honest with how they feel after that, as these things are not something that anyone, myself, anyone who's very strong can just take on again and again. These things are traumatic experiences that are terrifying, and we need to process them before we continue. And since we want to have speed on our side, I think it's good if all of us, already quite close, are forthright. Being a woman of my word, I will go first. It was haunting to see such creatures come out when I didn't expect them. I was very confident in everyone's skills as they seem to handle the situation well. Seeing some of you take big damage scared me, and as I am familiar but still carry great worry for you, Pamali, it got to the best of me, and I began to freak out a little bit with worry, as I care deeply for you and for all of you. And so I am still currently regulating that worry myself. Whoever would like to go next, I encourage one to do so. There is no immediate rush.
I think it was quite a frightening experience, but I feel as if we will all bounce back accordingly, and I know that we need to rest, but I do not want to, and I feel it is unfortunate that we were not prepared properly before going in, and so next time I will make sure to prepare better for whatever experiences lie ahead. But until then, I'm good to keep moving, and I want to get to the bottom of whatever is going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your openness and honesty, and recognizing what we can improve on helps us all move forwards, and that is a great note. Whoever would like to proceed.
I guess I will go. It was a lot to see everyone hurt like that at the end. Everyone did a really good job in the battle, and I'm a bit embarrassed. I know I apologize, so I'll apologize again. But at the end there, with my wild magic surges, it was a moment of me just needing to feel a bit better, and it got out of hand. And I'm not trying to apologize. I've already done that. It got out of hand, and I will do better. I haven't trained with Sian in a minute just because of things, so I will go back to trying to train a bit more and figure out the wild magic. It's something that I just haven't touched in a minute, so I think it was just a bit built up. So I'll sort that out.
Thank you very much for sharing, and this is up to you. I have just a compliment on how you handled it, but it is also we are discussing this as council members, and this comes from me knowing you, and I want you to be able to say you don't want to hear it right now. But I do have something that I would like to give a compliment for, but I understand if that's not what you need right now.
And sure, no, I can.
As I have seen you have surges before, for the amount of surges you had this time and the way you handled it yourself, it was exemplary for the amount of surges you went through, and I think you should definitely be proud of that and the control over the situation that you had. I think it was very good.
I think Pamali kind of bites her lip at that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And just nods. She doesn't say thank you, but she just nods.
Great. If anyone else would like to go?
Willow exchanges like a look with Corin. Like, does Corin look like they're waiting for Willow to speak, or vice versa?
Yeah, I think he looks like I think it's more like he's looking like, do you want to, or I can kind of look.
That was hard. And I feel like shit, but I felt like shit for a couple days now. So I've spent a long time training, and I know the limits of my own body. And for everyone's safety and protection, I think I need to probably go home tonight. I'm already on a couple nights bad sleep, and I don't want to press forward and fuck up because I haven't taken care of myself.
Thank you. And good checking in with yourself. Wilda bites her tongue, realizing she's entering parent mode. Corin, if there's anything you'd like to add?
Well, first, I think after you say that, Willow Corn just kind of squeezes your hand reassuringly. Yeah, that was a lot. It was definitely my first big fight. But we're all safe. We're all alive. And everything else we can work out. I'm fine. So, no need to worry there. Yeah, and he just gets quiet at that.
All right. With that out of the way, deciding what's next, as Willow, as they've said, some rest and recuperation time. I myself am more with Ventress in wanting to get a move on, but I understand that's where I am at. So if anyone needs break, we can go separate ways, look into different investigative avenues, and continue forward. Now that we have done post-battle protocol, I no longer have to lead discussion. That's just where I find my purview and experience came in, and that is where it extends. And knowing that we are all council members together, I will now secede leadership of the conversation, as that is not my relationship with all of you. And I want to keep it that way as equals, though I do appreciate everyone going with the discussion, as I think it is important. Yes. Since no one's talking and I'm nervous, I will keep...
No. Don't keep talking.
Thank you,
got
Ventress.
it. Yep. Just wanted to let you finish. All right. Well, if we are splitting up, I would like to get a count of who is leaving and who is not, and if you are leaving, where are you going?
Well, I think I'm gonna be honest. We've all had a big day, and I don't really think my head is in the right place.
Okay.
So I think I'm probably gonna go too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Corin?
I'll stick around with you and Wilda.
Great. Given the fact that we have seen some not nice things and that people are experiencing not nice things, I think it is all, it would be best if we kept track of our thoughts. So if you have anything, a bad dream, you see anything weird, you get a random pop in your head of something scary, I feel as if you should document those things, and then we will rendezvous and coordinate what everyone has experienced in the next coming hours that we are separated. My plan, I want to go speak to the watchmen, because obviously they're not watching properly, so that is what I will be doing. If anyone wants to join me, I'm also fine going by myself. Yes. Does everyone else have a plan? Yes.
Mine is more so for tomorrow. Sigan also has a mark, and the gods know, or probably they don't know, who else has a mark on them. So I would like to go to Solaire. I would like to bring Sigan there. I would like to see if there's anything we can do to try to sort out that mark, and maybe we can talk about talking to the other magisters of sending out a notice to see if anybody else has that mark. Because if they're healing it on their own, we're juicing up somebody else.
Yes.
Right.
If you're going there, I can have a written documentation of what I experienced when removing the curse, so that way they have just the explanation, since like the first hand versus second hand explanation, if you would like.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that would be amazing.
Okay, perfect. I'll come with you, Ventress, as I think evidence. I've been assuming our heads are in a similar place, but this seems like Sunder, making a move to, come back, and after talking to the Watchman, I'm gonna try harder to get a hold of ex-god baby daddy.
Oh, that's certainly a term to use for it. Okay.
Yep.
V, you said you saw something outside.
Yes,
after the battle.
Yes. The watchman had made a report of seeing someone in the water, and I went out on top of the submarine after the fight while Pumoli was surging, and I saw exactly what they described. It disappeared though after a moment, but
What did the person look like?
I can show you. And she druid crafts the dark shadowy figure that's like similar to Isla, right?
Vaguely similar to the like avatar of Isla you saw Pamali speaking with earlier. All of you see kind of woven out of these like dark branches and vines and leaves magically woven together. This very like featureless humanoid shape. Ventress, you only saw it from the shoulders up. Are you making assumptions about the bottom? Just sticking with the top.
Yeah, I think she'll make it like try to fill in the rest. I don't know how much it will match.
Sure. Yeah, I think kind of judging by the top, you can judge like the rest of just a vague humanoid figure. There aren't any like notable features on it. It's just sort of this like almost looks like a shadow.
Okay. Yes, it looks like this, and I couldn't gain anything from it. I couldn't speak. I was too far away, and but this is what they reported, and this is what I saw, and it's gone now. So
Just back to the visions that we had earlier that day. We only felt a presence, right? We didn't see any avatar or anything like that.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. We didn't get a chance to properly check the water. I can ask Isla, maybe. I can see if they can see anything in the water before we go.
Well,
So one more use of wild shape if you want Octopus to go take a quick peek around.
By
it
yourself?
might be safer to do this in the daylight.
That is true. I can circle back and do an early morning dive. I'm fast in that form. If I get hurt in that form, it doesn't affect me. I feel it, but it's nothing I haven't been through before.
Well, why don't you go alone? Not in like a. After everything we just went through, you going alone.
I understand.
Can I come with you?
Yes. It's
But-
whenever we want to go tomorrow morning early, we can go. If we just want to peek around.
Okay.
What if whatever we're looking for isn't there in the daytime?
No, please continue.
I'm not saying we go back out there tonight, but we might have to go back out in the darkness.
I think you're right. I think a lot of the odd things that's been happening has been during dark times, right? Like when we were on the carriage ride, that pause with that reindeer, and the magic being taken from the rune that happened at night. Tien was swimming at night.
Mm-hmm.
Animal
Whatever.
too. that you saw, right, Will? That was at night.
Whatever people feel comfortable with. I feel comfortable going at all hours, but I understand whatever the team wants, we'll do.
Let's check tomorrow in the day and again at night.
All right. Where do people wish to be dropped off for the two that are resting, getting their energy back? Where would you like to be dropped off? The submarine, or would you like to rest on the submarine this evening?
I think Willow looks at Pamali.
It's like the Tidewood Docks that's nearby. I know you can make your way once you're on land. It's just if there's anything that's faster, I just want to be able to offer it.
Just
the docks are fine. I can
Right.
I can walk you home.
All right. Sounds good. Safety in numbers. All right. Okay. Any of the information we need to pool? I'm just trying to scrape my brain right now. I will let you all know. I did, without going past anything that the council's not allowed to say, I tried my best to give warning to my daughter, who is a grandchild of Sunder, just to keep an eye out, because that child has 5 children and 12 grandchildren, and not knowing the connections, things,
Mhm.
I didn't say anything I shouldn't, even if I wanted to. There's nothing else I need to have a tea and a sit down and talk with Heath before continuing.
All right.
Okay.
Is that anything else anybody can think of? You wanna?
Molly, can I talk to you privately
Sure.
for just a minute?
Yeah. Of course. If that's all, then I'm gonna talk to Ventress while we head over to docks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great chat. Ventress will grab Pamali's hand as they walk out into another.
I think Pamali eventually leads them to one of the rooms that are probably soundproof that Wilda had talked about before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, I'm glad you're okay.
I'm glad you're okay too.
I know that was a lot, and I know you're so sorry about it, but you shouldn't be. I wanted to ask too if I could borrow your circlet again.
Oh, yeah, sure. And she takes it off and passes it.
Thank you.
What are you wanting to do, if you don't mind?
I want to talk to my father about all of this. I'm sure it won't be a productive conversation, but I'm gonna give it my best effort, I think.
Yeah. I know you'll do a good job no matter what.
Thank
Do
you.
you want me to be next to you while you do it, or do you want a private moment?
No, I'll wait. I'll wait until later, after talking to the watchman. But thank you.
Oh, of course. I know we just did a check-in, but I can't help myself from asking if you're okay.
I am okay. I will be okay once we figure out everything going on, and once, we get that mark off of Willow and off of Siren and everyone.
Yeah.
I think that will be when I will be at peak performance. So, yes.
Well, also be sure to sleep, to rest tonight.
Well,
'Cause-
yes. I'll be sure to do. At some point, I will sleep.
tonight.
I promise.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Yes.
She kind of grabs onto Ventress's hand and goes, the best way to take care of others is to take care of yourself too.
Right, I'm learning that. Taking notes. I just want to go through as quick and efficient as possible with this. Settle it. Kick Sunder out again. And I'm sure it'll be easy and done.
I'm
Yes.
sure. Okay. Well, can I have one more hug before we go?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
Corin said something to me earlier, and I don't know if he has told you it.
What? I think
It's
he has
about-
like hands like raised out, of
Yeah.
like trying to give her a hug, and it's like, what happened?
Just the mention of the possibility of our world ending, or seeing it, or feeling it, or knowing it, and I don't know if it's been brought up to you, and I feel like you should know. And
First off, I don't. Right? I think she's like grabbing like the words and kind of like pulling them down. Like, why would you even? Don't say that. Why would you even?
I don't want to say it, and I didn't want to hear it. But
Corin
I-
said that?
Yeah, well, yes,
Why would they say that?
I don't know. I don't know why he would say that.
And it's okay. Okay, all right.
Mhm.
We had a big day today,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And maybe, 'cause I know the omen and all of that, the visions that we had. And Corin had a really scary one. I know.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just.
That's probably what it is, right? You think that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely that. It's definitely just a scary dream going on. Okay.
I think Pomali's like fighting the feeling of wanting to throw up. No, I think we should not say that again, though.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
No, I think words have power, and we don't want to just like.
Words do have power. That's why I was yelling and I got too much, and
That's why you were yelling.
it's a
Like-
few
like-
things.
Once we got to like the main room, that's kind of what I just
Right.
heard muffled. Okay. Well, that's understandable why you'd be yelling. I'm glad that you yelled so that I don't have to yell at him, because I feel like yelling at him right now for saying that. It's okay. It's okay.
Right. Well, sorry to drop that on you. It's
it's
been
fine.
gnawing at the back of my mind, and I needed to have someone else hear it. But it's probably what the visions and Venadra, and no one's been well rested in a while, and Corin doesn't sleep, so don't
Yeah.
keep it.
Cycles mean lots of things. Doesn't
Cycles
mean
do.
world ending. That's
Right.
that's
No,
such
there's
a big
no-
thing,
That's such a big thing, and why
Just
would
say.
it just
and it's
a
just
a
you don't-
shock and some scars appearing? I mean, that's not really world ending. It's
It's a snafu.
snafu. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a
Okay. Can I have
snafu.
my hug now? Can I
Yep.
cash in my hug now?
Okay, yeah.
Just goes and holds Ventress. And it's just, I think, once again, like just like tears just kind of falling down, and it's just kind of wiping them away, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna be good. You're gonna do great. Ask all the questions to the Watchmen. I am going to try to rest and
Yep,
get
please.
myself together tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
Of course, yeah. Just thought you should know.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. And she opens the door for Ventress. And it's like doing the ADHD thing where your brain is just going all over the place and you cannot chase a thought because they're just zooming.
Amazing. So we are heading back to the Tideward docks. Yeah. Amazing. It's not a particularly long journey. Is there anything anyone would like to do on the short trip?
Wilda, between making tea and telling Heath and Goldie like where they're going, we'll just re-find Ventress and Corin.
Sure.
I don't think I will be able to join tonight. I need to recenter.
It's fine.
I will be back at the submarine by nightfall.
You need a break.
Yeah.
Breaks are good. You should relax.
Thank you,
Rest.
Petrus.
Yes. But we'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. You are the most competent. Not out of everyone, but like just you in this moment, right? Like I feel the vibe. You, yes. I can't think right now.
I can tell. I feel like you should.
I gotta go. Yes.
Do you have any burning questions you want me to ask the Watchman on top of anything extra?
Nothing that you wouldn't ask, honestly.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Well, have a good rest. We'll be safe.
Thank you. Good.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think unless like Willow wants some space, Corn's just kind of sticking pretty close by. Like I think the high like perception check from earlier has stressed him out even further. And knows like maybe they're in a weird spot, but just wants to be nearby.
Can I give you an insight check? Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Give me an insight.
18 on the die, so 28.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, there's no way he's, unless I rolled a natural 20, which is unlikely. What is going on with okay, I think you very clearly can like sense his worry like directed towards you. There's also a little bit of shame mixed in there, and then some like very clearly a lot of other things just bubbling under the two big things right there are the worry and shame, and then right under that is a lot of like fear and frustration and yeah.
I think Willow spends probably most of the journey back to the Tidewood docks trying to figure out how to unpack any of that or approach any of that at all, and kind of goes around and around thinking about which thread to like pick up with. And I think in the end you just get this kind of look from them. And they don't say anything, but it very clearly communicates, like, you and me, we're okay. And I think Willow kind of just leaves it at that, because she's just not in the headspace to tackle any of the rest of it, but wants you to know that you guys are okay.
I think Corn will just give you a kiss on the cheek for that, and it's just hanging.
Yeah, they'll just hang in comfortable silence.
Hell yeah. Not that much later, the submarine can pull into the docks. Anyone stepping out of the submarine or looking out the windows can see still docked the several ships of the Starfarers, the large dragon, a small turtle. A couple people milling about, but for the most part, it is quiet. It's like, by this point, like 8-ish, 8:30-ish, so people are starting to kind of settle in for the night, and anyone who would like to can go their separate ways.
We'll like nod at Heath. Thanks for the ride.
Yeah, anytime, man. Preferably with less, next time.
Less, yeah.
Blood,
My best.
preferably.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wilda will give big hugs to both and Goldie.
Yeah.
Big squeezes. And then, in the business way, be like, oh, let them know, like, they can take the night off. Make sure it's docked safely, locked, secure, whatever. And then big hug, kiss on the cheeks. Nods to everyone else and takes off.
Do you take off in the direction that Will and Mommy are going?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Like, doesn't spare a glance back. which is unlike Wilda.
Can I
Insight check?
there? Because I
Yeah.
thought Wilda was very much going ahead with the rest of the group. 24?
D20.
I think Wilda's trying to hide a little bit, so let me...
Yeah.
I don't have the best deception. 21, so the 20 didn't catch it, but Willow did. Wilda is not unraveled at the end of her rope and seems tense. And is what you believe is taking the right move to let loose some of that, and like is making it like this isn't Wilda on a move to do something bad or go behind people's backs. This is Wilda letting off steam when she should, even though her original plan was to continue forward.
Sure. Okay.
Amazing. So, Corin and Ventress, you are heading back to Windward, correct? To speak with the watch, people on watch. And then Pamali and Willow, whose house are we going to?
Yeah, I think left on the docks, Willow kind of like looks towards Tidewood and kind of like gives Pamali like a look, like a, you want me to walk you home?
Walk me home? Or will... Does that imply that you'd be going to your place after walking me home?
I don't... Whatever you want to do.
Oh, you said earlier that we would, talk.
I did.
Yeah. So why don't we talk at your place?
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really didn't want to walk you home, but I was offering.
Okay, good then. Good, I made a good call.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
We'll like link arms with you.
Yeah, she links back.
Amazing. So, we will start with Willow and Pamali then, as you walk into Kinward. We don't have to. Do you guys need a minute?
Abby's just fucking killing me. Yeah, we're fine. I'm fine.
Amazing. As you guys walk through, it is just late enough that like most of the restaurants and the few bars in Kinward have sort of started to close. You hear every now and then like the muffled laughter from inside an apartment, or like the sound of a little kid trying to put off their bedtime by 5 more minutes. But for the most part, it's nice and quiet here. Would you guys both make me a perception check?
Ooh, that's not very good.
Neither is mine.
10?
11. No, just kidding. Perception? That's a 5.
Incredible. Sometimes the dice want to tell a story, and I love that story. I think it's very good. Yeah, so you guys, you make the walk.
We don't see this shadowy man following us home. Great.
With a knife. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. I'm kidding. Yeah, you guys make the walk up to Willow's apartment.
Can I?
Yeah.
So, between the border of Tidewood and Kinwood, as we pass from one to the other, there is a wall. And this is Sweet's thing. Sweet, what you can describe what this wall is?
It's a wall. It's about like 3 feet high, made of stone. And there are a bunch of pebbles on top. And on these pebbles are written worries that people may have. So on one side, there's worries that haven't been carried over, and the other side, there are worries that have been. And the whole idea of the wall is that you pick up a stone and you bring it over to the other side to help someone carry their load. And that's what that wall is.
Yeah. So as they like pass through it, which they've probably done together 100 times or more, like Willow will pick up a stone from one side and like place it on the other, and just kind of like exchange a glance with you, like, God, I hope that helps, because we need it, huh?
I think Pamali as well grabs another stone and puts it over as well and just smiles at them and takes up their arm again.
I love that. Are you guys going right into Willow's apartment? Are you doing anything beforehand?
Yeah, just going up.
Nice. You step into this nice space. Looks how it looked just the other night when you were here. And I think with your 10, Willow, the only thing that you pick up on in here is that a couple of your plants look like maybe they need a little water. Just they're like a little wilted, But you were gone all day, so like
Yeah.
it makes sense,
I've been gone 2 days actually because I was in Woodward
Yeah?
the previous night. So
That's so true. Yeah.
if I kind of brush my hands through the leaves and kind of like I'm very like interconnected with these plants, and just kind of ebb a little bit of my energy into them, does that perk them up? Do they respond to me?
A little.
Oh man, I really neglected these guys.
Your plants?
Yeah, look at them.
Oh, when's the last time you watered them?
Such a good question. That's usually your job, is it
That
not?
is my job. Hold on. I think she goes to the kitchen and just like turns on the water and just starts shaping water and dropping little waters in all the plants.
I think Willow watches like some of the vines that like wrap around the beams in the ceiling of their home, as they do pretty much any time Pamali is in this apartment, kind of like stretch out towards her, like a little greeting.
I think she, being used to that, just goes and like pets one of them, just grabs the leaf and just kind of caresses it. These are always so chatty. Chatty isn't the word, but that's how they feel.
No, that's accurate, actually.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Big sigh, big day, big conversations.
It just starts fucking around with like some tea and like cups and like a kettle.
I think
Yeah.
she's kind of going through like the little self-soothe thing that she does, where she's just kind of like holding her arms and rubbing and you know what, I think no, never mind, it's okay.
Can I
Sure.
would you give me like 5 minutes? I am covered in the ocean and I feel like shit, and I'm just gonna take a very quick shower, and then I will be way better prepared for this.
Sounds good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll like push a cup of tea into your hands and like throw a blanket over you and like tuck you in with like teasingly. And then and like just they wear so much jewelry. They're very much like their mother, who is just covered in like jewelry all the time, will like take off their rings and like their bangles and kind of like dump them on like a little table next to the couch, and then be like, okay, 5 minutes, and then
I'll be here.
disappear into the bathroom.
Sounds great. I think Pamali is trying her best to like, she wants to decompress, but cannot with the idea of having this conversation after the whole ass fucking day that they had. And is feeling very fidgety. And so she sips the tea and it looks over and just starts fidgeting with just like the random stuff that's on the table and with all the jewelry that Willow has put in front of them. And I think Pamali at this point of needing to relax is just like, I tried to do that in the water. The wild magic shit, that worked really great. So I'm gonna try and enjoy myself any way I can now. And just starts playing with the jewelry and putting it on. I think every piece of jewelry that Willow had put on the table, I think she puts that on. I think she even goes into, after a minute of just like, goes into the room and like looks at herself with it. And then even starts going through their jewelry, like with their earrings, and starts putting their earrings on there. And then in my head, Pamali in her closet has a piece of clothing from literally everybody in the party, more than one piece of clothing. She probably takes clothes from everybody. And within this 5 minutes is literally just trying on, just like figuring out clothes that she can take from Willow. And it's just trying on different stuff. So yeah, that is what she's doing. And I think she's having a good time.
I
Just
love her
figuring that
so
out.
dearly.
And just to clarify for all of us, when you say you're putting on Willow's jewelry, you also
Yeah.
put on that bangle?
Everything.
Nice, cool, yeah,
Right.
cool. I was curious. I just love to see it. Great,
Everything,
amazing.
yeah. All of it. Yeah.
Willow, you have a nice shower. You're feeling refreshed, a little more clarity, and you walk out, and that's truly what you see.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think Willow comes out of the bathroom, sees Pamali not on the couch. It's like, okay. Goes to her bedroom, and like just from behind, just sees like Pamali dressed up in the clothes, and just starts laughing at them.
What are you laughing
What
at?
are you doing?
What do you mean?
You're playing dress up.
Just a little bit, yeah. Do I look good? Look. I think I wear this better than you. She literally, I think she has this, one of the long skirts that Willow typically wears. She's wearing that as a dress. I think that's what she's doing, and has like hitched up a part of it. So yeah, that's what she's wearing.
I did roll a little perception check. I think Willow's just like looking at you in his outfit, very fond, like amused expression on their face.
I think it works better as a dress, right? And then I accessorized it. I'm so sorry.
I think you have to wear it as a dress because it would, not fit you otherwise.
Yeah, it would trample it a little bit, huh?
No, you look great. And then cuts off and sees this bangle of his on your wrist. And for context, this is something in Willow's nomadic culture. It's called like a bangle of kin, and it's something that is passed down from parent to eldest child, and that child will keep it with them until this is making me so giddy. Until they find the person that they want to marry. And there is a very special ceremony that takes place in which the bangle is transferred from one wrist to the wrist of their betrothed, and that is passed on to their loved one in that way. So when Willow sees this, I think just falls into like complete and utter stunned silence, and the laughter like drops from their face, not in like a terrible way or like a I've done something bad way, but just in a like awed kind of expression.
Yeah, I rolled a perception check. Or an insight check.
Mm-hmm.
And God, we love our insightful babe Pamali. She got a 6. Oh, when their face falls, she's like, I'm so sorry. TT's laughing in the back. She rolled a 6. Yes. I think she's like, I should have asked, I guess, to put your clothes on. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I can take it off. I'm so sorry.
I just can't believe that they're still in a fucking towel. This is so homoerotic. I'm actually dying. We'll cross the bedroom over towards you and just very like gently take your hand, the one like wearing the bangle, and we'll just look at it for like a long time.
Is it the bangle? It's really pretty. It's really pretty. I don't know. it's if you're not wear, I mean, you wear it every day, but if you don't wear it someday, I would love to borrow it. If you don't, I think I have an outfit that I think would go really great with it. So if you don't want to, but I know you like it because you wear it like all the time.
Yeah, that was my that's my mom's.
Oh, that's for okay. Well then that's
No, it's
I won't take it if that's the case.
I'm sure she wouldn't mind.
Well, if it's like passed down from your mom, it sounds like it's like a family heirloom type thing, right? So I don't want to.
Well, yeah, well, like kind of turn your wrist over like between their hands, and this bangle is made of like almost looks like copper wire, very tightly like woven together, and then in just like a couple of places it's woven with these like emerald and like amber colored beads. And we'll just kind of like turn your wrist over and be like, yeah, it's like a family. It gets passed on to, you know, your family.
Oh, it's beautiful. So it's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
Well, then I will take good care of it. And here, I don't want to ruin it. Here. And she takes it off and is like just looking at their face because she can see like there's like, even though she got a 6, I think she knows Willow pretty well to see when they're being very emotional or sentimental. And so it's like I don't want to beat up your family thing. Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah, I think is still holding your hand and like will very gently maneuver the bangle like along your wrist and like back onto his while still holding your hand. And like as soon as the bangle is back on their wrist, they kind of like let out like a breath. And yeah, like yeah, it looks very emotional.
Well, it's pretty. Like I said, if you don't want it, I'll take it. So
I'll think about it.
Good. So I was doing some thinking while you were in the bathroom. Oh my god, did you want to get dressed? I think she kind of like looks down and was like, "Did you want to get dressed?" I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
I would, but you took all my clothes.
I did do that.
It's fine. We'll just like kind of start pulling things out of the wardrobe and like throwing a shirt on in front of you.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying.
No, you using that as an excuse. You have a whole closet full of clothes below. I was saying, I thought about it, and I don't want to talk. Yeah, I don't want to talk. I'm very sorry. Here's how I'm feeling tonight. We had a lot that happened today. I had a confrontation first thing in the morning with Sven, and then the visions, and I couldn't even handle the visions, and then the battle, and then everything else. Tonight, I think she grabs their hands and kind of pulls them closer. She goes, "Tonight, I would like to pretend like it was before the festival, right? Like, say it was like 4 days ago, where I was sleeping over and we were doing face masks and talking and all that. I would rather do that tonight. And then tomorrow, get back to the mess. I just want to pretend like everything is normal and go back to how we felt 4 days ago, if that's okay with you."
Are you sure?
I don't know what we're gonna talk about. I mean, I know what we're gonna talk about. I don't know. And after the day that I had, the day that you had, we all had, I don't think I can handle it right now if it turned bad. So I would like to just have a good night.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think she insight checks. She got a 15.
I got an 18. I think you probably just get a little bit of worry. Probably Willow wondering whether you're doing this for their benefit or not. And then kind of senses how badly like you need it. And is like, yeah.
Okay. So, what would you like to do?
I'm fucking starving, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna go make some food and probably open up a bunch of wine.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah. I can help with that. Or I can be on music. I can select some music, put on some records.
That's a good idea.
I don't know. I think she looks over to the corner and sees like a specific potted plant. It's like, I don't know. There's also this. I think she kind of picks it up. If you wanted, I don't know. It's just if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll open a window. You get that sorted
sounds
in.
Great. Cool. I'll start rolling.
Yeah. Incredible. And we will cut from there over to Wilda. Wilda, where are you going, babe?
Wilda first gets oriented, goes to like a bar that she kind of used to frequent, but like upon going to like the front door realizes she's not super close with anyone there, and they're all fairly younger, and instead goes up, orders takeout for 2, and is going to go to Cosmo's house.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely you can do that. You get takeout, you head over there. We think Cosmo's house is in Woodward, yeah?
Yeah.
That feels correct. Amazing. Yeah, you can make your way back into this beautiful forest scape, all still lit up. They're not quite in bed yet.
Mhm.
And you make it to Cosmo's little shelter. Make me a perception check as you get closer.
Yes, please. 28.
28, yeah. You hear Cosmo talking to someone, and then you hear Zan's laughter.
Mm-hmm.
Cosmo having been on distract Zan duty for the day, that is still going. But yeah, you can absolutely make it there. Are you knocking? Are you walking?
Knocking.
Knocking? Yeah, you kind of hear like the conversation pause, and a second later the door opens and you see Cosmo. Oh, hey, hi.
Wilda just looks like that little bit like lost puppy at door for a second before putting on like the best smiling face she can, and then is like, "May I join you?"
Yeah, of course. Here, it kind of opens the door. Zan, it's Cap, and you kind of hear Zan from inside, kind of like give a little greeting. And yeah, you can walk in. You get the sense they've been here like all day. There's like food containers in the trash. You get the sense that it's been a little while since they ate. They have like some kind of card game between the two of them. Zan, hey.
Yeah. I'm not captain tonight.
Okay. Yeah. Zan kind of stands up. Are you all right, Wilda?
Not quite. Zan, do you mind giving Cosmo and I a moment?
Sure. You see Zan's eyes kind of like flick in a very discerning way between like you and Cosmo and back.
Mhm.
And then very clearly not like finding what it is they were looking for,
Mhm.
like gives a reluctant nod, squeezes
Yeah.
your shoulder as they walk past, and will step outside.
Yeah. Just Wilda just takes a seat, opens
Yeah.
like cardboard, cut it, not cardboard, but like the like of, and
Yeah.
like has a fork, sticks in, and just looks at Cosmo, and it's just like, I just haven't talked to someone my age in a discussion that wasn't serious in a while.
Sure. Yeah, kind of like sits very hesitantly, very gingerly across from you. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know, just anything. I'm just having a hard time feeling like a parent and never appear.
Yeah.
I understand the situation because that is what I am to them, but it doesn't change how I feel. And
Sure.
I just keep wanting to pour my love into them because that is something I wanted to, but because of the parent vibe, I don't get it back. And I it's I haven't found, and I don't want it to be selfish, but my cup's not very full right now, so I needed to talk to someone
Yeah.
who fills
Yeah.
the cup.
Okay. Cosmo, I think actually kind of stands and moves around like the little table to sit next to you and like puts an arm around you and pulls you in, rests their cheek against your hair and goes, "Tell me what's going on. What happened?
It's
Say
just
as
this.
much or as little as you want, whatever you want to say. I'm here."
It's this mission is so much, and I feel like I'm behaving poorly and not doing my job properly, but also I know it's not the time and place for me to be parenting these. I keep wanting to say kids because that's what they are. Cosmo, we're both we're old.
Yeah, old
We
as fuck.
know.
Sure.
Exactly. These kids, they're like max 100 years or so. That I don't want to be condescending. They're full adults. They know
Sure.
themselves. There is a disparity. I can't be their peer, and they can't see me as their peer, and I'm so alone. It feels like, and it feels so bad to feel that way because they're a bigger fish to fry, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I just wanted to push through, but I can't. And I just don't know what to do anymore. I don't know how to act. I don't know how to do the right thing. I don't know how to be the right thing for them right now because I'm so used to one way or the other. I am the captain or I'm the parent. I want to be the friend, and I'm trying, but there's a disconnect I can't bridge.
Okay. I think if it's okay with you, Cosmo is
Yes.
going to insight check you, trying to find out if you're looking for support or advice, or like trying to find the source of
Yeah.
what you need right now.
Yes.
That's a nat 20.
Yes. With a nat 20, before that, even with passive perception, Wilda is being open. But Cosmo would have been able to know like any type of like closeness, familiarity, someone who like nods along. But with a natural 20, Cosmo would clue into, after many years of not cluing in, that Wilda sees Cosmo very highly.
Yeah.
And can only seek this comfort through Cosmo specifically. And anything Cosmo does, Wilda would appreciate.
Okay. I think Cosmo kind of is silent for a minute, and then very gingerly, their hand kind of comes up to your cheek to like wipe some of the tears away, and he kind of like tilts your chin up a little bit to look at you. And they meet your gaze very steadily, very calmly. You can see the worry in there, but it has been pushed aside for the moment to say, "Wilda, you are doing enough. Okay? I know that I don't know the big picture. I don't know what's going on, and I can't speak to that, but I know you. And I've known you for fucking long time. And you put your all into things for better or for worse. And I know they're young, and young people are kind of stupid, and that's not their fault. But you have to make sure you're not putting so much of you in that there isn't any left for you. I know that they feel your love no matter what, because how could anyone who is standing next to you not? You are such a loving and warm and kind person, but you have to leave some for yourself too. Okay?
Wilda just tilts her head onto his shoulder as like a giving up and letting it soak in, and just leans there for a bit, probably like a full minute, until she, characteristically like herself, takes a fork and is like grabbing a bite of something to spoon into her mouth as she leans on him.
You feel his shoulders shake a little bit as he's like suppressing laughter very clearly, but like their fingers come up and kind of start running through your hair a little bit and like.
Why? What's so funny? What's so funny, Cosmo?
No, sorry, I just have a cough or something. So, you probably shouldn't be. Me, actually, I'm clearly so sick. I'm coughing.
You're so disastrously ill. Do you need healing?
No, you know, well, you know, us old people, we just get sick sometimes. So.
I totally understand. My
back. I stood up earlier and my knee cracked like 6 times. It was. I thought Zan thought I broke my leg. It was bad.
Oh, so. Zan! Zan will think that. Zan, you know, understandable.
Yeah, they'll get there though. Just wait.
Exactly. I can now pop my both my elbows. They just crack on demand.
That's really cool.
They're making clicking noises, just like hey. I know it's a new party trick. It's great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you, if you want, I can kick Zan back to the submarine, and we can just have a nice, fun night for old people. You know, you can kick my ass in poker. I think I have some ice cream somewhere.
Oh, okay. Got me at ice cream. Is it bad that I feel bad kicking Zan out?
No, because you're a nicer person than I am. They'll be fine.
Okay.
Cosmo looks at you like there's about 1,000 other things they want to say, but they just kind of like let out a sigh and reach in and like press a little kiss to your cheek, and then they will stand. And you hear like a muffled conversation between Cosmo and Zan. It sounds very calm. You get the sense that Zan was already kind of like, maybe I should get out of here.
Yeah.
And then Cosmo comes back. You is there anything specifically you'd like to do? If not, Cosmo's pulling out all the stops. You've got ice cream. You've got fantasy root beer floats. You're fucking playing poker and you are kicking their ass.
Yeah. Like all that in my mind, all I have is right now like a camera panning outwards as they're like eating junk food, root beer floats, poker's happening, having a laugh, and Wilda's cup is being filled, and you can like see it in the smile as the camera pans out.
Good.
Yeah.
Also, before we pan over, can I just say, hey, Abby? Ha! I almost started crying. Are you okay? I love you so much.
I'm good. I love really getting into my character.
Okay.
I feel great. Yeah.
That was beautiful. You know what? Honestly, for that, I'm going to give you inspiration for that performance because that was so fucking heart-wrenching and so powerful, and my brain is spaghetti.
Thank you. Sorry for throwing that at you. I just felt that was the character direction.
I just got so scared.
That was good. That was what Wilda needed.
Good. Well, I'm very glad that Wilda could get what she needs, and we will kind of pull back from a moment from turned sad to joyful, over to Ventress and Corin. You are heading windward, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. You can get. Is there anything you'd like to do on the way? You can get there pretty easily.
No, I think Ventress is standing next to Corin the whole time on the way there, but I don't know if Corin is gonna speak to Ventress or not.
Corin has nothing to say. He's just quietly walking. I think the only strange thing here is he's not doing anything with his hands. Like usually he's got something in his hands or whatnot, but they're just kind of at his side.
Yeah, she's gonna follow you around in that way. The way she used to be when she would like first met everyone and was just kind of awkward. Also, James, is the dog that Ventress conjured up the previous episode still up? Because I know it's...
That's such a good question. I don't know how long the boy lasts. But if just we could say yeah. Sure. Sure.
Okay.
He's just walking around
Okay.
in the time of his life. Yeah, you guys you're, just to be clear, you're specifically aiming for the part of Windward that overlooks Cliffside, correct?
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, you can walk up pretty easily. There's these a set of like slate gray stairs made out of the same stone that the mountain is made out of. You can easily walk up. It's sort of like the quickest access to that overlook. It just takes a couple minutes. I mean, it's a hike. You can also teleportation circle about it, but it's a little out of the way. But no matter how you go, eventually you make your way up on the top to I almost said Cliffside. You're not in the water. To Windward. Windward is a community that is set fully into the mountain. There's corridors and rooms and houses and training centers and all this kind of stuff set into this like sort of cavernous space within the mountain. But the Overlook specifically is the only thing that is in Windward that looks man-made. It is sort of set slightly off the side like a balcony, spans the whole back of the mountain, made of this like golden and silver metal, kind of like an overhang, and it's like I guess like an enclosed balcony would be the best way to describe it. Like there are windows, there's spots that are open air, and you are sort of on the corner of it. It is lit in like golden light. You see there's people on watch like all the way down. There's probably you can see like about 10 of these watch people standing, both some in the windows and some out in the open air, in this like nice silver, almost like a white silver, like not like a darker silver, like a lighter silver armor, all decked out. They've got like the symbols of the Castellian, excuse me, not the Castellian Expanse, the Archipelago, emblazoned on their armor, and they are on watch. Are you looking for anyone specifically? This is also, just as a reminder, Magister Tempest, who we have not seen yet in the series, who was absent from that first meeting. This is the area that Magister looks over. You don't see them currently, but...
I think Ventress kind of scans like the area of all the people, but before they kind of walk up, she takes Corin's arm and kind of pulls him to the side and goes, we need to chat really quick.
All right.
I need to apologize for raising my voice at you. I know things got heated, and I know I pushed, and I shouldn't have. But I need you to be center with me when we do this and forward.
Thanks for apologizing. We're fine. It's fine. I'm all the way here.
You haven't seemed all the way here. I mean, given the day and everything, it's not surprising, but if you're not fine, I want you to tell me.
I think when you say you haven't seemed fine all day, it definitely gets hotter around you. Ventress, I'm fine. All right, I don't have anything to tell you.
Then why is it warmer? I feel like I'm about to start sweating, and it could only really mean one thing.
Yeah, Ventress, what could it mean?
That you're upset.
I don't know, Ventress. Maybe because the last time you asked me to tell you something, to be honest, we got into it. There was a shout, and I appreciate you apologizing about it, but there was shouting. Everybody heard it. What happened in the sub with us didn't have to happen. And again, so happy you apologized about it. But I don't really want to tell you anything. I don't have anything that I want to tell you.
Because I shouted in the sub and Willow heard it and everyone heard it. That's why.
Because you shouted in the sub, you weren't listening to what I was trying to tell you, and
I overreacted. I couldn't hear after you said the end of the world thing. It sent me spiraling because the world can't end, Corin. I can't accept the world ending and not having control of it, or I can't do it, and I couldn't hear it in that moment, but I shouldn't have shouted or acted out of, a rush of misunderstanding.
He opens and closes mouth a couple times, like he's hands out in front of him, just like opening and closing them from a fist. And like it gets cooler a little bit, and then it gets hot, like back to the hot that it was at. Like he's very clearly trying to like regulate, and then I think I can't handle if something I tell you right now sends you spiraling again. So I don't have anything to tell you, Ventress.
Not going to spiral. There's nothing else that could happen in this day that would make me more wired.
Ventress, I don't want to talk about it.
Fine. We won't talk about it then.
Let's go talk to whoever we're going to go talk to. All right?
I think she nods and takes a deep breath and tries not to cry, and then kind of walks in front of Corin to the area where all the watchmen are, and then composes herself very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. So, would you guys... Here's my question, I guess. How quietly were you guys talking? This seemed like a fairly heated exchange you just had, and you surely did walk like all the way up there. So just like, how were you whispering?
PJ, what are you doing?
Not again!
Not this again! You know what? I think Corin was too upset at Ventress just not taking him at his word when he said, hey, there's nothing I want to talk about, at least twice in that situation. So he wasn't yelling, but he was not whispering.
Yeah, I think you guys well, actually, maybe I'll get a nat one just to say. I didn't. You guys I got a 19. You guys round the corner onto this overlook, and you see there is a guard like on the edge of the overlook who very clearly was like just around the corner, and she is just like wide-eyed, staring straight out, unmoving, out at the ocean. Doesn't acknowledge you, looks very uncomfortable.
Oh God. She looks uncomfortable. Okay, I think Ventress will walk up to her.
Her shoulders kind of tense a little bit more. Her skin is like the color of coral, and their hair is like pure kelp and seaweed going down the back. You walk up and they kind of... hello?
Hi.
Counselor?
Yes.
Lovely evening.
Is it? Right.
Like, almost like if there could be like a cartoon bead of sweat down this person's face, it would be there.
Right. Who's in charge here? Which one of you?
Like which one of us outranks the other, or like who's like in charge? Because those are two different answers.
Who's in charge?
That would be Magister Tempest.
The one who outranks all of you here right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You see,
who can I speak to right now?
Yeah, okay. Kind of like turns to look down just to see like who's on watch. You get the sense they rotate fairly often. And then kind of like points down at the like second from the end. There's a guard staring out. Neven down there.
Neven.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
she will turn and just start walking towards Neven.
You walk away and you hear like a like you hear the exhale of breath. But yes, the name given was Neven. And you can kind of see like the person second from the end also kind of staring. Everybody is like staring out at the ocean, but most a little more comfortably than she was. And you can see like Bear's like special what are those called? Like pauldrons a little bit. They're like a little bit brassier.
I just want to add, I think like Corin stepped like saw this, but was staying back to try and like regulate his heat, but then noticing that that person clearly noticed their fight just got hot. So as he walks by, like they feel like it's a little too hot. Like you left a space heater on just a little too, and it's getting stuffy and uncomfortable kind of heat as he walks by.
And they don't look. She's so like this has been the most uncomfortable interaction. You get the sense that has happened all night, and she's on the watch for like people invading always. So like this was bad for her. She doesn't look at you. Their shoulders are tense. She just keeps staring outwards.
We'll catch up with interest.
Absolutely. As you guys are kind of walking down towards Neven, you hear a very like not harsh, but just like a little musical chime play, and the other guards on the wall start stepping back and heading out. This is like the guard rotation. Some more come out from the hallway just behind you, but Neven does not move, just staring out at the ocean.
I think Ventress approaches and
goes,
you're Neven?
So yeah. Neven's head does not move. Neven is this kind of like broad-shouldered figure. His hair is like storm clouds coming all the way down. You catch like every now and then little flashes of lightning. And they also have like a covering of facial hair that is like that same kind of like wispy clouds, but in like that dark kind of rainy color. Make me actually a perception check if you wouldn't mind.
That is a 14.
14? Corin, you can as well if you're looking in Neven.
Okay, Corin dice. That is a 22.
22, okay. My 14, I think what you notice first is, so, all of them are they are armed, as is like the nature of being on watch. So, Neven's hand is kind of resting on a sword. But I think Ventress, what you notice is that there is so much tenseness in his arms and on the hand that is gripping the hilt. Like all of his muscles are strained right now. Corin, you notice Neven's eyes as they stare out into the void. This music is far too happy for what I'm about to say. Neven's eyes are clouded over in smoky black. And as you say, Neven, there is no recognition. There is no acknowledgement. You see, oh god, I messed up my window. It's not beans. You see, Neven is unblinking, unmoving, everything so strained. And he says, "Why did you destroy it? Can't you see it?
See what?
It's so beautiful out there. The city, shining, joyful, golden. Can't you hear them laughing? They were so happy. It was like this place once. So beautiful. But it's ruined now. And soon this place will be too."
James, I have like two quick questions. One, the smokiness, does it make me think Willow's like the mark on Willow, like coloring, like however like
without even a check, I'll say yes, it does.
Second question, like is there a check to make if like what Neven is saying like rings like a historical bell or something. Like, what is like? Is it?
I would say make me a history check or I would say make me a history check, Ventress. If you are thinking down the same like line, I would say you can make me a survival check with advantage. Because you have a different piece of information.
I'm gonna use my DM inspiration and re-roll that.
Oh yeah, you totally can.
Let's go.
That's so good. I have a +0, but I got a nat 20.
Nat 20, baby.
Yeah.
And, Corin, what did you get my left? Oh, you're rolling right now.
Okay, that's better. A 19.
19. I think with this kind of description, I mean, you would know the divine lands are scattered not as evenly as they used to be, but for the most part, fairly evenly. You don't know, I mean, like Shining Golden City, there's like a couple gods who use that imagery. I think with a 19, like, it registers not so much like golden literal, but golden in the sense of like reputation. You think of Etrus's divine land, which, you know, Etrus being the goddess of the moon and of like homekeeping and hearthkeeping specifically. You know that like it is one of the like more populated and more like joyful divine lands. I mean, you know, like, you know, Desar has a little bit more of a community there. There's a lot of like farmland and that's end of like wheat, gold. There's a couple of divine lands in your head. You think, okay, maybe that's what we're talking about. Ventress, with your nat 20, you, my love, my angel, you have a map of what the archipelago looked like before the rift. And one island in particular is blacked out on that map. And that island, which was Sunder's divine land formerly, is in exactly the direction Neven is looking right now. And I think with your nat 20, and kind of combined with Corin's thought process here, you remember, while it is deserted now, no one is allowed on Sunder's divine land. It used to be a city. And that's what you get. Both of you.
Was there a name to this city, or do I just know that it was like a...
I don't think, if there ever was a name for it, this was a long time ago. I think if there ever was a name for it, it's not something people say now, so I don't think you would have any idea what it is. You can like, you know, at some point it's probably something you could research in the memory archives down in Heartward, but it's not something that you would know.
Okay. I think, are they still, after saying all of this, still like stuck and stiff and everything?
Mm-hmm. Silently, but yes.
I think Ventress like turns and glances at Corin just briefly and gives like a puzzled look and then turns back and goes, "Who am I speaking with?"
Silence.
And she'll back up a little bit.
Okay.
And turn to Corin and go, so that's a problem. I don't know if they're all like this or the previous person wasn't, but
I will say, you would know when that bell went off, all the other watchmen like left. The guard has changed. You can just with a glance, you can see most of the other guards are just kind of like watching. Some are talking to each other.
Do any of the other ones seem like stiff like that, or are they just?
I don't even think you have to make a check. No, they're
Okay.
like everyone else. It doesn't seem like anyone has noticed that this has happened to Neven, but everyone is kind of just like coming into work. You know, like
Okay.
some of them clearly just woke up, but none of them are like
Like
focused like this. Yeah.
I think Ventress is going to go up to the closest next person walking in.
Sure.
I think before you do that, Corin would. Okay, well, Vic is asking.
Sure.
Would Corin know that you could read people's minds? Like, do we know that? Like, you have the
That-
ability to do so with magic.
We
For
do.
Ventress?
Like that magic exists. Yeah. Sure.
Or like, I know we know it exists, but like, does Corin know that Ventress can do it? Like,
I think that's
Grace?
up to Ventress. What do you think?
Would you have told her?
Probably.
Okay.
Because I think it's something she doesn't do very often.
Mhm.
So.
Then I think before you like walk off to the next person, Corin will say, "Okay, did you see that? Did you see Neven's eyes?
No. I think when she looks, she'll. Oh.
Looks like Willow's. Okay, I think I can fix that, but maybe poke around in Neven's head, since there's obviously something there's obviously something there right now. There's clearly. I know you don't do it, but there's clearly a presence there. So
it is
maybe
a huge invasion of privacy. Do you know that?
Yes, Ventress, of course I know that. Of course I know that. But there's something there, and maybe that thing, we can pick something up there. If you do it and you don't see anything, just pull out and I'll fix it.
Okay, yeah. Totally fine. Sure, nothing awful will happen to me.
He's gonna grab your hand. If something takes hold, I can fix you both, okay?
I would just prefer for nothing to take hold, but yes, I will do that. Okay, it's fine. She will cast Detect Thoughts on this fella here, who's very normal.
So, the fun thing about Detect Thoughts, there's the ability to read surface level thoughts, I believe, without a save, or you can delve deeper with a save. Are you? Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think she's gonna delve deeper.
You're gonna delve deeper. Okay.
Yeah.
What is that save?
Wisdom 16.
Okay. You feel so you kind of get a flash of the surface level thoughts first. And it's weird, you've used this spell before. You're used to kind of like catching a thought in the middle of it forming. Yeah, I mean, like some people think, in images, some people think in words. You're kind of used to like the adjusting to being in someone else's head. This is I love my clock chiming as I describe this. It's actually so scary. This is like nothing you've experienced. It's like the minute the magic opens, it feels like suddenly you are sinking into just pure black darkness. And there's a little bit of a sense that even as you push deeper, it is pulling you deeper. Like, you get the sense this thing could have stopped you, actively chose to let you in. And as your mind feels like it is sinking almost into ink, like the way ink swirls in water, that is what it feels like to be in this person's consciousness right now. And as you sink into it, you almost feel that presence that you experienced when you were going through the visions, that almost like faraway onlooker who is laughing at you, who knows what you see, who knows what you feel, and knows there's nothing you can fucking discern from it or do about it. It is pure black darkness. And Ventress, my love, my angel, I do need you to please make me a Constitution saving throw against your spell DC.
I can do that for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Ventress is the only one with good con out of all of us. It's okay. We got this.
Excuse me, I have good con.
Okay. Can you repeat what you needed me to do? I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, and it's against your spell save DC, whatever that is.
Okay. If you have good con. Oh, I rolled so bad, guys. Okay. Totally fine.
Exciting.
Oh. With my con, that is a 9.
I'm assuming that does not succeed against your spell save DC.
My spell save DC is a 16, my friend.
Yeah, that actually, that pretty, like, solidly, in fact, does not succeed. Dare I say that, like, extra special doesn't exceed? Which I don't say to rub in, I say for a reason.
Yeah.
So as you are in this person's mind, you hear this laughter echoing through the shadows, echoing through everything. And in this moment, you can feel the source of your magic, that oath that lives within you, that gives you the magic and the power to protect people. You can almost feel as if a hand scoops in and pulls part of it away. You gain 2 levels of arcane exhaustion. You are subtracting 4 to all ability checks and saving throws. And in this moment, with just laughter, it's almost as if you are on the edge of a cliff and you are pushed off of it, and you blink and you are back into yourself. And Neven, who you are standing by, kind of like blinks a little. Oh, fuck, I fall asleep. But, oh, counselor, sorry, I wasn't asleep. I was just, watching really well.
Yeah, what are you?
Yeah, you okay? Something wrong?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Corin, for what it's worth, when this happened to Ventress, you saw a hint of that smoke cloud over her eyes, and then she was back.
I think she's a little shaken up and is like feeling her
Sure.
face and like just feeling her like body, and is like turns to Corin. Someone was laughing, and I feel like someone took something from me.
I think like Corin was just holding Ventress's hand in case like there was a clear indication that something happened. Wasn't expecting it to, but then saw that flash, and it's just like back
I think Sorry, I was going to say, if you were holding Ventress's hand, I think when that flash went across, you felt her palm get really cold for just a second, and then it was back.
There's like a long pause. He's just silent and staring at Ventress saying this, and then he's going to turn to Neven? Yeah?
Neven. Mm-hmm.
Don't go anywhere, and like pulls Ventress aside.
Yeah, no worries. I'm on all night. Okay, bye.
I saw the same thing in your eyes as in Neven's. Can I try to fix it? Can I?
I think she kind of like takes a breath and starts shaking her head. No. I don't want anything else to mess with me right this second. I don't know. I'm sure I wouldn't. I just need a minute.
Okay.
We need to ask the watchman the questions, and then yeah. I need to talk to him.
Okay.
And then we can call it a night. Does that sound good? Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay. And Ventress will turn back to Neven.
Yeah.
And try to compose herself the best she can. Because, we came to ask you a few questions about,
Sure, yeah.
things you've possibly seen or experienced, recently. There have been reports of people seen standing out in the water. Dark figure. I would love any information that you have.
Do me a favor, make me a persuasion check. I'll give you advantage because you are so much this person's superior.
So let me...
Can I give guidance, James?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yay. Thanks, Colin. Okay.
But as a reminder, you are subtracting 4 from this.
The guidance away, huh?
We to be.
Guidance is a D4?
D4.
Okay, so take that out. That was good. 19 plus 8. 27.
Yeah, absolutely. So you see Neven kind of like, you see a little bit of like hesitation cross their face, and then he kind kind of like inclines his head a little and goes, I mean, you know, I heard a bit, but I mean, you have to understand, overlooking these waters, people say they see all kinds of things. The shadows play tricks on your eyes. It's why there's so many of us, you know? I mean, personally, I haven't seen anything particularly odd, so I haven't experienced anything, or...
You haven't?
But, no, not that I can think of. But, I mean, yeah, I think they've been giving reports about it to your father.
Yes.
I think. But, yeah, I mean, you know, people's eyes play tricks on them. We've actually started rotating every hour instead of every few, just to sort of combat that.
Because so many people are having tricks played on. It seems so many of them are.
I think, honestly, they're just tired. You know, with the festival and the jump and everything that's been kind of awry. I know some of the guards haven't been feeling very well either in the last, like, 24 hours. But they also went out drinking in Kinwood. So,
Right.
I mean, I've been a watchman for a long time, and I just think there's logical explanations for everything. Usually.
Sometimes there's not, though. And they wouldn't be the only ones reporting feeling such a way recently. So I would just keep an eye out on it. Have they reported any bad dreams? Nightmares?
I mean, nothing that I've, like... I mean, you know, we all sleep in the same barracks for the most part, except for the ones who live in other districts. And, you know, sometimes people wake up and they said they had a weird dream about being a fish with legs, and everyone laughed at them. Like, we all have weird dreams out here. It's kind of a odd posting, but other than that, I haven't heard anything. I mean, I had a weird dream the other night, but, like...
About what? Anything not a fish with legs, something scary, a voice in your head telling you to do something, anything, a dark, shadowy figure reaching out and trying to steal you away.
I mean, I had a dream and I was on the wall, and, like, you would know, he's talking about this wall. And, you know, there was someone talking to me about, you know, keeping everyone safe. But, I mean, I've been a guard here for, like, 70 years. I kind of have that very similar dream once a week. It's just kind of a new flavor of it.
Right. And even from this point out, I would like you to take everything everyone says with the utmost urgency and seriousness, just for a brief period of time.
Okay.
And I would appreciate it if all the reports could be detailed and sent to me instead of my father.
Ooh, I'm gonna need a pretty big persuasion check on that one, my guy.
She's so persuasive.
You are surely asking this military guy to circumvent the chain of command, huh?
Well, she's next in line. Listen,
Yeah.
can I give myself guidance?
Sure. Yeah, you are still subtracting 4 from this, and I will say it's a pretty high DC.
I'm gonna try it. Let's see.
I believe in you. You never know.
Oh God.
I have a +8 persuasion.
You do. And I'm gonna say this one is flat, not with advantage, because you are superior, but again, you're also asking them to do something that is not typically allowed.
I'm so bad at math right now. What's 14 plus 8?
22.
22?
22.
I think Neven kind of, like, squints at you and goes, I mean, yeah, I could probably make sure that at the very least a copy is sent to you.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's just been quite tired because of everything going on, and I think it would be best if I took a little bit off of his plate.
Sure. I mean, you know, the Magister, the Tempest, not your father, the Magister, might still send a copy, but I could definitely make sure that you're added onto that list.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Absolutely. Anything I could do to help, you know. Just a humble guardsman, so always an honor to be looped into business with the big guy.
Right. Okay. Just as detailed as possible. Not shrug anything off. I know. Yeah. They always say, what is it? Think horses, not zebras.
Oh,
but...
if you hear hoofbeats.
Right.
Horses, yeah.
But this time, let's think
zebras.
Right.
Why is there a zebra?
No, no
Okay.
zebra.
Okay.
Yeah.
I meant like the metaphor. I was running with the metaphor.
There might be a little zebra around.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure. Could be anything.
Sure.
You're feeling okay? You feeling
Yeah, I'm a bit
more
tired.
zebra or
but,
horse?
I mean, I'm not feeling particularly like a zebra or a horse. I'm feeling just like a human guy. But yeah, a bit tired. But my shift's up and kind of like cranes their neck back to look at a clock that you can see kind of on the wall. Got like another hour, so it's not bad.
Neiman,
Yeah?
I have a question for you. Where were
Yeah.
you before your watch tonight?
I mean, I've been on the wall like 3 hours.
Mhm.
Before this, I kind of like looks at some of the people around him and kind of leans in and he goes, actually, can I just say, your father's cooking. He's very good. I was at his restaurant. Like, I didn't want to be weird about it. I'm kind of a fan. I'm learning to cook myself. I'm not very good at it yet, but just kind of swung by.
Yeah. Well, more than happy to help with any lessons you might want. Also,
Really?
maybe, yeah, of course. Just you can swing. I can come back to the barracks, or you can swing by the
That'd
house.
be great. I'll tell you, my wife would be grateful if you would.
Yeah. But also maybe when things like quiet down, just me and my dad can like do a big meal for all of y'all here. You do really
be
great
great.
work, and your
Yeah.
family, of course. We can.
That would be
Kinda.
real. I can tell you, everyone here on the wall would be really grateful. I mean, our cafeteria is fine, but it's nothing like your family's cooking. So that'd be great.
Yeah, of course. Another question. What's the
Yeah.
last? Of course, you weren't sleeping, right? But if you had been sleeping, what is the last thing you remember from when your watch started to when you hypothetically might have fallen asleep?
That's a great question, Jay. I think Neiman kind of like looks at you, and that you see a little bit of like that like kind of gray stormy flush on their cheeks as you like very nicely kind of call him out for it, and he well, I was on watch, so mostly just kind of nods towards the window, the ocean.
Okay. I've got a odd request, but I
Okay.
wouldn't ask it if it wasn't important.
Sure.
And if you can convey it to the rest of the guards as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
After everybody's shift, I would ask just they completely inspect themselves and see if they see any strange black marks on their body, and if
Like
so,
a mole?
no, like. And Corin's gonna describe what he saw on
Okay.
what Pamali described
Sure.
him and what he saw on Willow. Like if you see anything like that, or if you see anything
Okay.
weird with anybody's eyes, kind of glazing over, but it looks more like smoke, I want you to. Does Corin know? Like his first thought is to say, "Come find me immediately," but he's not always at his house. So,
Sure.
like, does Corin know where he could send somebody and then to go?
Benadra.
I mean, but he wants them to go get like remove curse or greater restoration or something.
Gotcha.
I don't know if going to Benadra for that is the like. Is there?
I think the best guess would be to go and find Celios, who's the god of healing, like some cleric of Celios, or what? Or go to Celios has a little like clinic, I guess is the best word I could think of, but a very informal clinic that's sort of on the border of Woodward and Kinward. And so you would know that for like a magical healing, that's probably the best bet for that kind of stuff.
If any of them find that, or if any of you notice in your fellow guard just weird smoky eyes, send them to the clinic like immediately, and they'll know what to do about it. All right?
Yeah. Sure. Let me. How smart is Neven? Oh, not. Neven kind of like looks at both of you and leans in and goes, "Is this like an STD thing? Because I really think that like we're trying."
No, it's
Okay.
not.
Well, it could be. We're just not sure what it is yet.
So, like looks to you, Ventress nods. Look at you, Corn shakes his head. Looks at you,
very important.
We don't know. We're not sure.
Okay.
If it is, that would be really awful. and don't want anyone getting,
Right.
so
Yeah. Okay.
you got
Yeah.
it.
I can do that.
You've
you
done
know?
this for so many years. I'm sure you're very keen and precise and know everything.
Yeah. Thank
you
you.
pick up on everything really, really well, and so
I feel like
yeah.
you're being sarcastic with me the way you
I'm
say
not.
it, but I
That's
have
just
no
the way I
evidence
talk.
for that,
That
so I'm
that
just
is
gonna
just
kind
the
of
way that they.
assume.
That's just the way
Okay.
you speak. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, and do you want me to tell the Magister, not your father, the Magister Tempest, about the orders? Are we keeping this between us?
No, why don't we just keep it between us?
Okay. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm. They're all very, very stressed out, and it's just for
Right.
the best that
For no
we
reason.
the
particularly.
counselors handle it. Yeah, it's
Oh,
just-
right. Okay.
Yeah.
this is our
Yeah.
opportunity. We're stepping up a little bit more, and so
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes total sense. Happy to play a part in it.
yeah, we appreciate you.
Thank
And
you.
we'll figure out when to cook and eat and do all that.
Yeah.
Trying to,
That'd be great. Yeah, just come by anytime. So
And anybody else that wants the lessons are free to join as well. of
yeah,
course.
I'll let everyone know.
All right. Well, thank you. You'll be hearing from
Yeah.
us at some point.
Great.
Looking forward to the copies of the report, and have a good watch, Neven.
Thank you. Have a good evening,
Yeah.
Counselor. Counselors plural.
All right. Yeah, Ventress is gonna take Corin's arm and walk away,
Sure.
quite briskly.
Absolutely, you can do that. Are you guys going to go to sleep for the night? Are you resting?
I think, after they're away from people, she looks very pale and kind of distraught, still thinking about what happened. Just because I'm gonna go find Birch and see if they want to hang out, and probably go to sleep. I don't know what you're planning on doing, but I trust that you will make the right choices and not put yourself in any danger more than we've already been in today.
No, none of that tonight. He looks like he wants to. Nope. He looks like he clearly wants to bring up the subject of him doing something about what happened to you, but is just gonna close his mouth on it. And please be careful and safe. And
Oh, well, I'm so careful. Too careful, some would say. So, but yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. No bar fights.
no bar fights.
All right. And she'll squeeze Corin's hands before pulling away and heading to find Birch.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And Corn's gonna go find Goldie.
Absolutely love that. We're gonna kind of pull back from this moment to a one more very small moment. Jesus Christ, with our Pamali and Willow. How's that going? What's happening there?
I'm sure they've eaten by now. Music is going. They have partaken. I think they're I think they're vibing. It's a completely different vibe than what the heck just happened to our friends. But I think Pamali for sure is really just going with what feels good in the moment right now, and is trying to make the most of the night. So I think she's on the sofa, and they're gossiping. I think Pamali actually she goes, oh, actually, I haven't told you yet. Actually, I haven't. You have to be sure not to tell anybody. I haven't told anyone.
What,
'cause
me?
it's-
Keep a secret? I don't know if that's
Yeah.
my remit, you know?
Yeah. You have to. I know it's not like your strongest suit, keeping secrets. So you're gonna have to work very hard to keep this one, okay? Because it's Siren's secret, and we haven't actually talked about
whether or not
very
I should be
quickly.
telling anyone.
So sorry. We're gonna go on the break screen for just 1 second. We have lost our dear sweet Abby. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't change the Twitch channel. We'll be right back. Hi everyone, welcome back. You can mark technical difficulties off on your bingo card, and we'll pick up exactly where we left off with Willow and Pamali doing space drugs.
What was she saying? Oh,
You were gossiping about the
yeah.
Seren.
Yeah. So I think she gets closer and it's like, yeah, okay. So when I was talking to Siren earlier today, there was a knock at the door. And you'll never
Okay.
guess who it was, huh?
Do I have to guess? Is this a guessing game? Was it?
No, I don't think you're gonna get it. Because I didn't expect it myself. It was Flint. Flint was at the door.
Starfarer Flint?
Starfarer Flint was at the
Oh, but-
door.
You said that Seren was thinking about being a Starfarer, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe you would have gotten it, huh? Well, they ended up heading off together. I know. There's something going on there.
Dang.
Uh-huh.
Huh.
I didn't
I didn't
expect-
think Seren had it in him. No,
I
I'm
was
like,
gonna tell him, okay, wait, okay, I agree, but like also don't play my brother. But yes, agree.
That's my bad. That's it.
No,
Nope,
you're
that's
good.
fine.
You're good. No, it's good, 'cause I thought the same thing when Flint came to the door. I was like, what?
Yeah,
Sen?
That's hot. Good for them.
Yeah.
Dang.
Right? That's good. I mean, I feel like Seren's just a very like pent up person, so it's good for them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Have some fun.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
That's who's here. You don't tell anyone.
I swear on my life.
Okay, good. That was my gossip.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't have any secrets to tell you.
No?
No.
Yeah. You seem like the type. You don't really
Do you
share
have
a lot.
secrets?
Yeah, you don't really share a lot of what's
Well,
going
shit,
on
do
in
I?
there.
What are
You got like
talking
a
about?
yeah. I think so. Sometimes I just
Okay.
can't reach you. Sometimes.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an open book, but Molly, ask me whatever you want.
Okay. Wow. No, I like this game too. You as well. If you have any questions as well, I think.
Don't
what
are
it
we
made-
playing 20 questions right now?
Is
Okay.
that what's happening? Yeah. Let's go.
I don't know. Every
Okay.
time we've played Truth or Dare together, some shit has gone down.
That's true.
I'm not shaving my head again. It's just not gonna happen.
I would rather you keep your hair if that's okay. I mean, you can shave it. You look good with it shaved, but like I do like it like this.
Mhm.
So, let's see. What was? No, that's not a good question. I have a question, but it's not
Yeah.
very fun.
Okay.
So if you have one, you go first.
We're only having fun here, so
Okay, so it's not allowed.
no, ask it.
Let's see. There was a time when we were playing 20 questions, and I think it was Ventress that asked if anybody had a crush on someone at some point in this room. Oh, it was Never Have I Ever. That's what we were playing, and you put a finger
No,
down.
I remember. Yep, I remember.
Yeah. So, what was that? Who was that? I'm so curious.
That was you. When
Stop. Okay. Yeah, sure.
okay, I lied. I did have a secret. When we met all those years ago, and you came to my office for a therapy session, and then made it rain inside my office halfway through, and then promptly fired me. I had a crush on you for a while.
You're joking, Willow. You're
Do I look like I'm joking? I'm probably
Willow-
blushing.
Oh my god, no, your ears are definitely. Are you serious right now? Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
What are you
What?
talking about?
I didn't read that. I didn't know that.
Shut up. Yes, you did.
No, okay. No, I didn't read that. I have a confession. Oh my god. You're lying. That's not even true, Will. Are you serious?
Why would I lie about that?
I don't know.
I'm dying over here.
Read that from you. Wow. Interesting timing.
Mhm.
I had a crush on you at one point too.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm dead serious.
When?
I realized it about 4 years ago when you started dating Zan. So I think about the time, I don't know the time frame of your crush, but whenever that ended, that's probably when mine started.
Oh my
So
god.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's funny.
Yeah.
Timing, what a thing. Okay,
Wait, you only had a crush on me when I started dating someone else?
that's not.
That's not a crush. That's not a crush. That doesn't count.
No. I realized it at that point.
Okay.
If you ask me when it started, I can't tell you when it did. But I think I just realized. God, I feel like asking you to turn back to back now.
Please don't. Literally, like, I think they're like sat kind of opposite each other on the sofa, like grabs your knees and like drags you towards them so that your like knees are touching and you're like really close together. Like, nope, we're not gonna do that.
Okay, all right.
Confront this. This is.
I mean, it's. I think they're kind of like avoiding a little bit of eye contact, just trying to get it out. Yeah, no, it just had built for a time. Actually, Corin was the one who brought it to my attention, and I was like, "What? Like, no, Willow and I are friends." I don't know. And I didn't really think about it because I don't know. Because I was just a bit. We said we weren't going to talk about this tonight. I was a bit worried, if I'm being truthful. And then you got with Zan, and I was like, oh, okay, well, it's a one-sided thing. It's a crush, so I'm just gonna.
Timing.
Time seems to be on our side. Yeah. I think it's time for your question, if you had one.
I don't know. Suddenly my mind's really blank for some reason.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Can't imagine why.
What about now? That's my question.
You're asking me if I have a crush on you now?
All I know is I've had a lot of our dear friends kind of I don't have to tell you. You know what they've been like.
No, no, I don't know what you mean, and I feel like she's like kind of coming closer and like saying like, "What do you mean? Talk to me. Look at me."
I've just had a lot of pointed comments and questions directed towards me about you. And oh god, okay, yeah.
From who?
Everyone.
Oh, okay.
So that is why I've been really weird the last couple days, and I'm again really sorry about that. But I was just getting freaked out.
Freaked out, yeah. I've been weird these past couple days too. I think you've probably felt that. I mean, you're not the only one that's
You're
been
always weird.
I know, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I get the wiggles.
I like the pomade.
Thank you. But yeah, I've kind of felt like I've been under a microscope for a bit. And it's not just...
Yeah.
I get enough of it with being a counselor after taking the spot from Zen, from everybody, and so kind of getting that with you. If I were to get rejected or pushed away, I would rather that not happen with an audience. I don't know if that answers your question.
Can I roll an insight check on Pomali? I think we'll... That wasn't a very direct answer. Oh
It
god,
wasn't.
28. How's Pomali looking at Willow with the 28?
I think when they look up at Willow, their eyes like fully dilate each time. You know, I think they're like, it's like not being able to look at a star because it's too bright kind of thing. It's just like, yeah, that's what she's feeling. And that's very easily readable. I think at this point, she's following what feels nice. Even though this is terrifying to her and exactly the conversation she like didn't want to have. She's just, it's easy to get carried away with Willow. So yeah.
I think Willow has like a heavy frown on their face for a minute.
Mm.
You just like brush some of your hair back behind your ear.
I think from the frowning, she receives the hair brushing back, but she kind of like sits up a bit more straight, kind of like bracing for impact kind of thing.
I think he like, as you sit up, they like follow you so that the distance doesn't widen. There was a moment today, just a moment, and I thought you were gone.
I think she holds them a bit closer.
I never ever want to feel like that ever again.
You gave me quite a scare today too. And I think she holds on to where that mark was. And she goes, that omen, right after finding out that Siren was cursed, and seeing you being cursed, I thought I was gonna lose you, too. And I'm sorry. Said I wasn't gonna apologize, but I am sorry. I watched as all that happened, and I couldn't do anything. And all I wanted to do was tell you that I was there. And I'm sorry.
I knew you were there. I think if you weren't, I think the earth would have moved.
I think Pamali just reaches out and put a hand on their face.
And there's a very significant shift from your eyes to your lips.
I think Pamali for a moment notices that. And I think her hand moves from their cheek, just caresses down to their neck. And just moves in a little closer, but doesn't go all the way. Just hold.
He moves in,
Mm.
and he just presses a very gentle kiss over each of your closed eyelids and like holds your face. And when he pulls back, he like rests his forehead on yours, kind of like when you were in the floor of the submarine earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It would never be a rejection. But I don't know how to do this without the fear of losing you.
Gonna go. My home is here.
Let's keep it that way.
Like that if we did.
And all of the plants in the room have just outstretched and are winding around the legs of this couch and crawling along the cushions and are just reaching out towards you. And I think for the very first time in his life, Willow sees these plants and he realizes exactly why they have always reached out towards you every time you walk through his door.
I think we've had a long day. Had a great supper. Thank you for that. But maybe it's time to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gonna sleep out here on the couch?
I was thinking maybe I could just shut up. And she gets up and she goes. I think she helps clean up, and then they go sleep.
And with that, with our wonderful party settling in to sleep and dreams just on the edge of their consciousness, we're going to call it for today. Thank you so much for joining us here. Be sure to join us again in 2 weeks for more gay nonsense. And have a wonderful night. Thanks. We'll see you soon. Gay. I'm crying. That was so gay.